Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. May I please request that everyone that's outside, please come in. And before we officially start, may I please request that colleagues at the back, please come forward so that when people arrive, since there'll be more people coming in, they just have space. Just 2 minutes, please, colleagues. May I please request that everyone that's at the back move closer, just to give space to everyone that will be coming in a bit late. Thank you. Okay, as we are moving, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Upumzile Mjali. I'm a student here at Nelson Mandela University, and today I will be your program director. So just to get on a few things, those that would like to access Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi username is wifi09@mandela.ac.za. Please alert me if you found it. Oh, okay, okay. I've just been alerted that this is the Wi-Fi username and the password. So the password is Madiba27 hash. So it's capital M for Madibas. And then since this is going to be a very informative session, may I please request that everyone puts their phones on silent, just to allow the speakers to speak freely without any disturbance. Okay. Thank you. Again, for the last time, let me introduce myself, colleagues, so that you don't forget the name. My name is Mjali Pumzile. I am a student here at Nelson Mandela University, and today I'll be directing the program. And since we are already late, I would like to request that we start as soon as possible. So firstly, I would like to, call up on stage Dr. Ruby Levendal. So let me just tell you a few things about her. Just a few things. Trust me, it's just a few things. Just a few things. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Levendal, the esteemed director of the Transformation Office under the Visionary Engagement and Transformation Portfolio. She spearheads institutional transformation, fostering a culture of diversity, social inclusion, and human dignity, aligning with our constitutional principles. If she allowed me to go further, I would, but she doesn't like a lot of admin. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Levendal.
Really going to be very upset. So, mine is going to be very short. We are running behind schedule. So, firstly, our esteemed guests, and it's not to nullify everybody else from our institution. It's really just to welcome our colleagues from University of Fort Hare University, from Walter Sisulu University, and from Rhodes University. Can we give them a round of applause, please? We are in the same province, but there is very few opportunities where we actually get together and apply our minds as to how we do our work in our different portfolios. This is our transformation portfolios, and so today is a starting point, is an initial event where we're starting up to build regional solidarity with our sister institutions. And we really hope that this is going to be the start of great things within the region between the institutions. I think there's a lot to be learned, a lot of lessons and experience that sits in this front row, and between us, we can just grow stronger and really learn from each other. So that is essentially the purpose of today, to share what it is that we are doing, to learn from each other, and then also to plan forward on certain projects and how we're going to keep this that we are starting today going forward. Welcome also, obviously, to our institutional guests. And I really do hope that when we do talk and discuss, that you will be honest and open so that as a collective, we can only grow stronger, grow better in what we are doing. So with those few words, welcome everybody, and I really hope that we will find this an enriching space, a safe space where we can give expression to ourselves. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Levendal. So ladies and gentlemen, on all your tables in front of you, you have pamphlets. So just go through the pamphlets to familiarize yourself with whatever we'll be discussing today, what Transformation Office is all about. Technically, we're advertising, indirectly. Okay, moving forward. So we will be having different sessions, we'll be having talks, and there will be different teams. We're going to have Walter Sisulu University, University of Fort Hare, Nelson Mandela University, obviously, as the hosting team, and then we are going to have Team Rhodes. Without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me again brag and introduce a very beautiful lady, Miss Tunzi. So it is with great pleasure that I introduce Miss Tunzi, the Manager of Social Inclusion and Diversity at our esteemed university's Transformation Office. She is a beacon of hope and a champion of inclusivity, fostering an environment where diversity is celebrated and everyone feels valued. With her expertise and passion, she drives initiatives that drive social cohesion, equity, and human dignity, aligning with our institution's commitment to transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce to you Ms. Tunzi as she comes to introduce the Mandela team.
Thank you, Phumzile. This is Thandazwa Tunzi from the Transformation Office. I want to greet you all in the name of transformation, inclusion, and equality. So, our team is made up of diverse professionals with expertise in advocacy, policy. There you go, Laruna. I do name and shame. Policy development, GBV counseling, social inclusion, mediation. We have more expertise and more expertise. But our team, I'm going to start with Dr. Levendal. She has already been introduced. She leads and heads up the transformation function in the university. Also in the transformation office, there is myself, Thandazwa Tunzi. I'm not related to Zozibini Tunzi, as you can see. My role is social inclusion and diversity management. I oversee largely the advocacy work that happens, the projects, the policy reviews, the consultations around policies, the workshops with the staff around equality-related policies, which is one of our major functions as well. We have Yulita Mare, is our GBV coordinator and also a GBV counselor, is a social worker by profession. She's very good in doing her work. You have been in contact with her in the last, or during this month when we were planning this, so if you need to put a face to the name, there she is at the back. Also in our team, we have Dr. Adelaide Karomo. She is the Equality Promotion and Social Inclusion Coordinator. She also does the case coordination. Her focus is on human rights, is on promoting equality, social inclusion, as well as the cases that come through, because in the transformation office, we do manage the cases that are equality related, discrimination, harassment, sexual harassment, GBV, hence we have the GBV counselors in our team, and so that's how our structure looks like. It's gonna be out there when we do the actual presentations. You will see where all these people fit in. We also have another portfolio of Singamadoda, redefining positive masculinities. If you listened carefully to my tone, I had a question mark on Singamadoda. They didn't say Singamadoda here. Singamadoda. We are redefining positive masculinities. So a person who's heading up that portfolio is Mr. Poncho Hlongwane. I don't know where he's hidden himself, but he's here with us today. Now my list disappeared. I am old, that's why. All right, so far I've mentioned the 3 portfolios. I mentioned the GBV portfolio. I mentioned equality promotion and social inclusion. I've mentioned Singamadoda, redefining positive masculinities. Another critical function in the university is Mandela Pride. This portfolio is about the inclusion of diverse genders, the sexual orientation and gender identities, inclusion of the LGBTQIA+ community. Yes, and then from the George campus, we have Simamkele Pindani. She is the representative of the transformation office at the campus. She is involved in all the advocacy work that we do, but in the George campus space. I've mentioned earlier that we have investigations unit. The investigations unit, we have Dr. Rachel Chasakara. She's our lead investigator. We have a mediator as well in the team, Ms. Dudai Kuture. We also have Mlondi Bengu. Mlondi is responsible for PR and marketing of the work that we do. If you look at our socials, you will notice that we have a YouTube page, we have Instagram, we TikTok, we do all sorts of things to spread the word and show there's awareness in all the social platforms that we believe our peers and colleagues can access. We have Matsaki, Tsakani Shilowe is also a member of our team in a form of as an intern. I've put the list. I'm sure I haven't forgotten anyone. Oh my goodness, look at me. And the name is here. Our Mandela Pride coordinator is Buntu Mahlobisa. He's there, he is tall, dark, and handsome. There at the back. Thank you, colleagues. We hope to collaborate and learn from all of you, going to share insights. Let's participate and be here and be present. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tunzi. So today's event is not just a Nelson Mandela University event, it's a collaborative event between three other universities. So like I said, it's Rhodes University, Walter Sisulu University, and University of Fort Hare. So ladies and gentlemen, the topic is very important. It needs someone that will pay attention, listen, and your input is as important, hence you are here. So do not leave this room with your input, please. If you have something to say during the session, in the middle of the talk, we will give space for everyone to say what they have to say. Do not leave without saying what you have to say, because what you have to say could be the most important part that we need to improve everything that is happening with relation to the topic. So the topic is towards a survivor-centered and trauma-informed institutional culture, strengthening regional solidarity. And do not exclude yourself and say you're not a survivor. You may be a survivor because you have seen someone or been next to someone who has experienced gender-based violence. And the fact that you are here, you're standing, you're taking a stand, makes you a survivor. It makes you a leader. So everyone in this room is a leader. Do not deprive yourself of a chance of talking. Without any further ado, I would like to introduce Ms. Nomzamo Dugudla to come and introduce the University of Fort Hare team. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands up for Ms. Dugudla.
Thank you so much to the chair of today. And thank you to the university for hosting us. My name is Nomzamo Dugada. I don't want people mispronouncing my surname. That's where the cows to my house are from. So I like that surname very much. My name is Nomzamo Dugada. I'm from the University of Fort Hare, from the Gender-Based Violence Prevention and Gender Diversity Office. I'm with my team as the social worker of the office. But before I introduce my team, my director gave us the opportunity to come here because of her commitments. And she trusted us that we can represent her so well. So to the team, we have Ms. Robin Kropp. And she's looking. I would say Ms. Rob, some from the university know her so well. She's more like the cornerstone of that office. She's a social worker and the admin of the office, so you can imagine doing both jobs. She's carrying that office. With me also, I have Apile Katamzi. She's our senior law student and our anti-GBV champion. In absentia, we've left home. Our team is not too much. We have our investigation officers that have left behind, Ms. Mpapa and Ms. Maliwa. And we've also left our reporting officer, Ongambo Shelwa, and our social workers that were also assisting us, Mr. Mjoji and Mr. Z, we call Amahle. And our advocacy officer, which is Ms. Nombungu, and that's the team that makes out our GBV offices. So you can imagine how small we are, and we also rely on the GBV, anti-GBV champions to do our advocacy work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dugata. My apologies for mispronouncing your surname. It's Ms. Dugata, ladies and gentlemen. I take full accountability for mispronouncing her surname. Right now, may you please help me welcome from Rhodes University to introduce the Rhodes team, Dr. Kelly Clay. It's Women's Month, ladies and gentlemen. If you realize, women have been coming up the stage, so it's Women's Month. We're still celebrating.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's really lovely to be here. It's always wonderful to be amongst colleagues who are committed to the same things and facing probably similar challenges. Yeah, so great. Um, I'm here with part of my team today. We are a very, very small little unit, but we're also a small university, so that's the reason we're given for that. First of all, we have my colleague Larona Matia over there, who is our discrimination, harassment, and gender harm officer. So we are in we'll show you the organogram in a bit, but we are called Equity and Institutional Culture. We're the Division for Equity and Institutional Culture. And within that division, we have the discrimination, harassment, and gender harm function. And that function does the work of receiving reports, supporting survivors, and helping them navigate whatever process they choose to follow, be it a disciplinary, be it a mediatory, or whatever the process is that they choose to follow. So Larona is one of the people in that unit, and fresh off the boat is Babal Wagusha, who joined us last week. Who is the manager in that space, so manager discrimination, harassment, and gender harm. So we now have 2 people working on receiving reporting and supporting survivors, but also very importantly doing training, education, and awareness raising work, specifically in the area of discrimination, harassment, gender-based violence, but all forms of discrimination, harassment, and then also gender-based violence. And then in absentia is my colleague, or our colleague, Vuyo Banetti, who is in equity and institutional culture, and her job is really to work on office projects. So often we'll lead projects as an office. So for example, this year we are working with HEDSA, who's Higher Education South Africa Disability, anyway. Yeah, you know who HEDSA is, right? Good. And so Vuyo has been coordinating that project for us. Next year it'll be a different project. So she works with me on projects that we are initiating. She also works with our transformation reps, who are a peer network that we are developing in the residence structures, who we train to do awareness raising work and to host peer support sessions and discussions in the residence network. So she runs that program, and she is also responsible for our communications and marketing. So she's the one who keeps the Facebook page and the TikTok and the YouTube alive, as well as liaises with communications and marketing. And she also, so she does everything really for you, works with me on reporting. So when we need to do reporting, whether it be internal or if it's for the DHET or whoever it is that needs reporting, she assists in that process of collecting information and putting reports in place. So that's Vuyo. She's not here, but don't feel sorry for her. She's living it up in Cape Town at hers SA. Yeah. And then finally we have an administrative officer who is really the glue that holds us all together, who navigates the very complicated and cumbersome financial administration system that we have to work with. She's also not here today because she's on leave, and we certainly don't like to impose on people's leave. It's very important not to do that. And then finally myself, I am the director in Equity and Institutional Culture. I'll give you a sense of what it is that the division does. I mean, we do everything from language transformation to visual culture to disability inclusion to gender-based violence, gender transformation more broadly, to discrimination and harassment. So we kind of are responsible for everything. And it's a slightly impossible job. But the way in which we work, and I will share this with you too, is through committees that kind of drive particular areas of work within the institution. We are located in the Vice-Chancellor's office, so I report directly to the VC, which does position us quite favorably in terms of, you know, our access to the people who need to know things. But we also have to work very actively and intentionally with stakeholders throughout the institution. So, for example, the Department of Student Services and Development, People and Culture, who's our HR. So we have to work very actively in those relationships. What is interesting about us is, and that I've been noticing about the other presenters thus far, is that we don't have our own investigative capacity in our discrimination and harassment office. And it's one of the questions that I'm interested in exploring with yourselves in terms of what best practice looks like. Anyway, I hope that gives you a sense. The details will follow in the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tle. I think it's quite nice to, I mean, with the rates of GBV that we're experiencing as a country, it's nice to see that there are, officers that are working hard to protect and represent students going through everything that they're going through. I mean, it's a continuous struggle that we're still experiencing, and knowing that there are initiatives that are being taken to, you gave me to reduce the statistics of people experiencing gender-based violence, or just providing support to victims and everyone that has experienced it. It's quite nice. It's quite interesting. Can we please give a round of applause to all the... It's great work. It's new initiatives, and they have stated the struggles that they're going through. It's not a huge team. I haven't seen a huge team. And as they are stating and introducing every member of their team, it shows just how much work they put in to make sure that we are in safe hands. And I think it's nice to know that after matric, I can't wait to go to university, not because of freedom, but because you know that you are going to a place where there's peace, where there's safety, where there's support. Even if you were not afraid, even if you were afraid to talk or share something with someone, you know that you're going to a safe space. Last but not least, ndithatha kakhulu because ngoku ndizo-introduce umuntu wetata, utata. Without any further ado, please help me welcome Mr. Stinile, who will be introducing Team Walter Sisulu University.
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Yes, it's been women coming to the stage. I'm glad that my team chose me to represent male counterparts in the House in supporting women in to curb GBV. Let me start with sad news or bad news. We are supposed to be 8 delegates, but 4 of our GBV ambassadors, the students that were supposed to be here with us, got involved in a car accident last night on their way here, but they sustained minor injuries, but then they could not proceed with the journey coming this side. Yeah, and then introducing myself, I am Gostetile Evans Sidinile, a student counselor at Walter Sisulu University. I'm also an acting coordinator, disability rights and support services. I'm here with my colleagues. This is Mrs. Tabisa Notainge Poswa, our social worker. She's our social worker, and also an acting coordinator, disability services and support. We are also here with Mr. Mbongo, our transformation manager across Walter Sisulu University campuses that is institutionally. We also, yes, we also here with Mr. Sydney Mukhonyana, our employee wellness institutionally across Walter Sisulu campuses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stenile, and we are wishing speedy recoveries to the students that were involved in the car accident. It's not, yeah, we're very sorry that as Walter Sisulu, you are going through that. But hey, let's look on the bright side. As much as they have gone through it, they are here. And they are just marking how important it is to be present. And I want us today to say, we are proud that we are here. It shows that we are present. I feel like that should be an everyday affirmation, that no matter the circumstances, we are present. No matter the situation, I will be present. Because we don't know. Sometimes it's hard to just wake up and say, I want to wake up and have breakfast. But the fact that you wake up and still manage to make that cup of tea, it's presence. You are being present for yourself. And today, regardless of the circumstances, they decided to be here and be present with us. Can we please give them a round of applause? It takes strength, it takes bravery to be present. It's not an easy thing, it's a very difficult thing, but they are here. Again, congratulations, Walter Sisulu. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be going on the other part, which is a very important part. So in front of you, you have papers where you will be marking down notes, because now we are going down to our presentations. So the presentations, we are going to start with the University of Fort Hare. They are going to share their presentation with us. If you have any question, please mark it down, note it down. If you have anything to add in, please note it down. We will have a question and answer session after their presentation. And again, colleagues, may I please request that we put our phones on silent, just so that we could give them space and lend them an ear. Please help me welcome University of Fort Hare as they come to do their presentation.
Good morning once more, colleagues. Let me confess, while preparing this, I was not sure where to go and how to go about it. Then I was like, no, man, because this is it's more like an information sharing. Let me just brag about our policy, because we are one of the few institutions that do have a policy on GBV. Our policy is on harassment, sexual harassment, and gender-based violence. And it is headed by our office, which is the Gender-Based Violence Prevention and Gender Diversity Office. Previously, some might know that we started only as the Gender-Based Violence Prevention Unit. And because of how diverse our community is, meaning the campus community, we have extended our services into including the diversity part, where we include our students and our staff members from the marginalized groups. Hence, we are now also Gender Diversity Office. What we do as an office is, it's stuck. Okay, let me continue. Oh, it is moving from your side. From my side, it's stuck. Okay, from our office, what we do is we offer psychosocial support. Okay, let me just look at it like this. We offer psychosocial support. That's where I am. As the social worker, I work 2 campuses, both East London and Alice. Alice is our main office for survivors of GBV. And we also do the receiving of complaints where investigations are done. Legal advice is given to both our GBV survivors and the respondents. And we also do the advocacy work where we do education trainings, and we also do campaigns, and we also do policy development. Under policy development and reviews, that's where we reviewed our policy last year. Hence, you see GBV policy 2024. We reviewed our policy last year. It was approved on November 2024, and it started implementation on December 2024. We reviewed it from the 2019 one. And it has some areas that I love a lot, that are making our institution or within the campus community to have great conversations on consent and on sexual relations. But our policy is established based on key policies of and legislations of the country, including our own policies internally, which is the Code of Good Conduct and our disciplinary rules that are within the institution. And with us, we have key areas in the policy, which makes implementing it not really easy, but for people coming from different backgrounds, a difficult topic, because we do not tolerate any GBV incidents. We have zero tolerance of GBV incidents, meaning we report any incident, no matter how minor it might seem. And also it leaves a clear scope on defining what is sexual harassment, what is discrimination, what is an employee, and what constitutes a student, and what is GBV. You get all of those in there, and also it gives guidance on to what type of support you will be receiving from the institution when you have been a victim, not only as a student, but also as a staff member, because GBV is not only speaking to students, staff members are also subjected to gender-based violence and also discrimination. There's lots of discrimination within the workplace, especially when you are a female. Where does our policy and who do it applies to? It applies to students, to staff, to third-party contractors as well. Because as institution, we have a lot of contractors that are coming in, and we need to protect both our student and staff from people that are coming from the outside. And also within the policy, it applies when you are in the campus, whether you are in the campus, off campus, in residences, and those that are listed, and those that are NSFAS accredited. And when we are speaking on where does it apply, when you are a member of the University of Fort Hare and you have signed the Code of Conduct, you said you will not put the university into disrepute, and therefore it applies even outside. It's saying, as employees, as students, we will always uphold the name of the university. Hence, it also applies outside when you are where you are a person of the campus community. And with that said, even online, how you conduct yourself online, it's also saying you will uphold the name of this university everywhere that you go. And in doing that, we ensure that not only students know how to conduct themselves to prepare them for the workplaces outside, it's also saying our employees need to be emotionally intelligent, not only within the campus community, but outside the community. And how do we report? When we are reporting GBV complaints, as I've said, we have zero tolerance of GBV. Doesn't matter how small the complaint is or how you see, how minor you think it is. Even a threat to hit someone, for us, that's a sign that you need an intervention. So it does not matter how small it is. And with the reporting, we have been advocating that we are challenging the bystander syndrome that the communities have. Everyone has the responsibility to report. And therefore, this is making all of us as the campus community first responders, because we now have to care for each other. We are each other's keeper. Everyone has a responsibility to report. You do report via you come into the walk-in office, which is walk-ins. You can also report using our office line. We have a 24-hour line that we use in cases of emergency, even beyond the working hours. When there's an emergency, we do attend to those. And you can also email our institution. When there is a GBV case, it goes directly to our office. In terms of reporting also, when you have reported the case, you need to receive immediate attention. It doesn't matter that it's nighttime or it's daytime. When a person has reported, we need to respond promptly to ensure that the person does not get secondary victimized. And when doing that, even if it's not reported to us directly, it's reported to the campus to the CPS, which is the Campus Protection Services. They always come back to us because we have to offer the victim support. And any person can report, and even anonymously, on behalf of the person, so that we can respond as an office. As the unit that is under the VC's office, also privileges, we have a responsibility because in a way we are painting how committed our Vice Chancellor is on keeping GBV within the institution. And therefore we have support measures put in place for our GBV victims, and even the policy itself, it's stating that it is complainant-centered and it is survivor-centered. And the protective measures that are put in place, we always ensure that we safeguard the complainant and ensure that there is no harm that they can receive further. And also we ensure that we uphold their autonomy in decision-making. It will show because we have different pathways. Some survivors do not want to continue with the case. As long as we have empowered them with the information and how to receive assistance, it gives them information that should they decide that they want to continue with the case, they can. As much as they are victims, but they have strengths within them, and therefore they are capable of making decisions. We don't make decisions on their behalf. And then we do offer immediate psychosocial support. Also, working together with our clinic services. As much as we are an institution, we are not covered or shielded from rape incidents. We do have rape incidents, especially in Alice campus. We have high rates of rape cases internally and externally. And therefore, if such incidents do occur, we ensure that our clinic is always available, but in terms when it's after hours, we do take our GBV survivors to the TCCs that are close to us or to the hospitals. We ensure that within 72 hours, they receive their PEP, which is the post-exposure prophylaxis, and the STI treatment. But our health services, which is our clinic, is very supportive, and at times when it happens during the day, they even take over and assist our clients to receive the treatment. And if we are delaying, they ensure that they go and get the treatment on behalf of our GBV survivors. And also with us as an institution, if it's a student from our unit, we request deferrals for them, because if you are traumatized, remember, we're saying the students came to ensure that academically they perform. So we do not want to set them up for failure. When they have been exposed to an incident, we do write for them deferrals and at times leave of absence when there is need for leave of absence. And if necessary, the perpetrator gets suspended. For a staff member, we do request for a special leave on their behalf from their supervisors. And then in terms of residents, to ensure safety, we remove the respondent from the residences so that the complainant cannot be re-traumatized. If there is no need for, because the process is going to still continue, if the student has not been suspended, we remove them and remove them to another res. Also, when there is no other available res that we can do the swap, in Alice we have a safe house, a temporary shelter where they stay while they recover, while they receive services, and then they are reintegrated, they go back to their residences. In East London, however, we no longer have a safe house. The safe house that we're using is under renovation, so currently we don't have, unfortunately, for East London. And we also, for our complainants and respondents, offer legal support or legal advice. For the complainants, at times, remember, you might have reported internally within the campus or externally. We do at times go back. Remember when you're traumatized, even when they say, your case is not on the roll, you just hear that the case is dismissed. So we go and support them to go to the prosecutors to ask what is the progress, and if it's not put on roll, what may be the reasons that has not put the case on roll, and then what is it that is needed that is not in the docket that can also strengthen the case on behalf of the complainant. Oh, I thought someone was asking something. Then, as I stated that there's various forms of the procedure, I stated we have the informal, we have the formal procedure in terms of disciplinary hearings. As much as we have informal, which is where mediation is, we do not mediate sexual offenses at all. And with this one, the institution does at times, even when the complainant is not willing to continue with the case, but we do continue with the case on behalf of the university, because we want an environment that is conclusive and that is safe, and it's promoting academic success for our students. In terms of informal, the complainant will come obviously to our office and then state what they want. There's different forms also in the informal. We do the mediation. Our investigation officer currently is the one who is accredited to do mediations, but sometimes we do outsource so that mediation can take place only if the complainant wants the informal procedure and we see that the respondent is also consenting to an informal procedure. And then in terms of the formal procedure, that's where the DC comes in. A case is reported. If it's a student case, then it becomes the legal unit. If it's a staff member, it's the employee relations units. But what I did forget to state is that in terms of fairness, as I said, we promote fairness. As much as the respondent has done an offense, at times it's not proven that this is done. They have the opportunity to also bring a legal representative to come into the hearing. The complainant is provided a legal representative within the institution on their behalf, and they are provided with a social worker that is designated to them. But when it is in the DC, the witnesses might also be called in to come and give their side of what they have observed. And the institution, and through the policy, unlike the general community outside where we have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that this happened, in the campus community, we work on probability. Was there a probability that this incident could have happened? And. We work on probability so that we can also be fair. We don't fail the victims because the justice system is waiting for DNA and yet the incident occurred. And then when that has been done, an investigation has been done, the hearing is set, a date is set, there will be a panel that will sit there, and in that panel, we are not part of the panel so that we ensure that we are not biased. Even the investigation officer does not form part of that panel to ensure a fair process. And then, after the hearing, either party can if they are not happy, can appeal the decision that was ruled in the DC. That one is the one that is causing a lot of... No, actually, that one is the one that is causing a lot of noise in the institution. We have been looking at the Sexual Offences Amendment Act, and it's speaking on females under the age of 25 years being vulnerable, and because they are in the campus community, they are targeted for sexual assaults. And because of that, in our policy, we've also included male students because they are also subjected to sexual offenses. And to prevent them to being victims of staff members. Sexual and romantic relationships between staff and student is prohibited. However, if there is a pre-existing relationship between the staff and the student, it has to be before the student came to the university. And either way, should that be, you still need to declare that relationship to ensure that the student is not graded by their, or that partner is not their supervisor. And in terms of staff relationships, we do have relations as staff members, but we declare. Also to ensure that I am not reporting to my partner. Obviously, there will be discrepancies, and we've seen how unconducive at times our relationships bring into the office space. When my partner, we are in good terms, at times the burden is carried by my team because I might slack on my job, but I will still be graded nicely. And when the relationship ends, it becomes so bad that even the colleagues must choose sides. And also, besides choosing sides now, we make the environment unconducive to work. And at times, we received cases of sexual harassment. Yet the people were in a relationship, and because I'm aggrieved that it ended, now I say, this person have been sexually harassing me. So this is where we are as the institution with our policy when it comes to those. Coming to challenges, we've only touched on the major ones, which is unsafe environments, victim blaming, and resources and capacity constraints. In terms of unsafe environments, remember I said we have two campuses, which is East London and Alice. Alice is our main campus, and because in the institution, alcohol is not allowed at all within the residences. Students go out to liquor outlets outside the varsity or outside the campus, and then coming back, they get targeted as victims. They get targeted internally and externally. Internally, sometimes a student will be coming from the liquor outlets and they walk into the university, they come in, they black out, they get raped. We've had such incidents. And in East London campus, because our campus is not like the normal campus, our residences are scattered around because we highly rely on leased buildings, and we also have accredited NSFAS buildings. Our residences are within areas with high density of liquor outlets. At times you'd find the residents surrounded by 4 or 5 liquor outlets. That's putting the students at risk, not only those who go to those liquor outlets, but others are coming from study in the main campus and they come back and then they get to be victims of perpetrators. Also, as much as we have been preaching on ensuring that the victim is not blamed, we give a supportive measure, we still experience a lot of people also still not reporting, or a person will report a case later because they feared of not being believed, of being blamed, or being disliked by peers and staff members, and which has discouraged them from reporting. But because of the talks that we've been having, we are slightly reaching out. And the victim blaming is also putting a stamp or perpetuating silence that we are trying to break to ensure that people are receiving support. And also you'd be thinking that the GBV that they are not reporting is only related maybe to assault and sometimes also rape cases. And that's where our challenge is, because if they miss that 72-hour period for receiving treatment, then we might have caused more damage. Hence, we need to be sensitive when responding or supporting the victims of gender-based violence. Also, as an office, we had, when I was introducing our team, we have a very small team of people, and we have 2 campuses, and we are working with only 9 people. I would say we are understaffed when it comes to investigation officers, because we're not only working with students, but also staff members. And therefore, the capacity is not enough for the investigation officers. And also in terms of vehicles for the unit, which is preventing us from responding rapidly in terms of when an incident has been reported and we intervene rapidly. It would have made more sense if within a case being reported, we do not hesitate or we do not wait, because even the waiting period, you still have to go and open a complaint, especially in terms of rape, at SAPS and take the complainant to a hospital or to a TCC, especially at night. And also the issue of safe spaces, especially the safe house for the East London campus, because there's no safe house. Now, when there's no res available, it becomes a dilemma on how to assist a victim who cannot go back to their res. And when there's no alternative res for the perpetrator, and at times we had to resort to the perpetrator leaving the residence to ensure that the complainant can continue with their studies. And then strategies for intervention. What I also forgot to include on the safe spaces. We've had issues with hate crimes, especially in the East London campus, against the queer community. And at times it's experienced in the residences. Remember, we are coming from different backgrounds. Other students are still with that idea that there's only a male and a female that should be existing in our lifetime. And they have not yet accepted or not been exposed that they are diverse people. So we do receive hate crimes, and also in receiving those hate crimes from not only roommates, but also within the community, because East London of how it is located, people in the queer community do get raped, and at times they don't even want to report or an intervention. If they don't even want counseling, they just want, okay, it's fine, okay, I can maybe take the treatment, and then after that, no, I'm fine. I don't want to continue with that, which is giving us a challenge, because it might not have affected them now or then, but later on it will, and it will have an impact on their academic performance. Also, to cap that, as I'm coming to strategies as well, to cap that, our residence office has been so assisting that, because also first years were the ones that were mostly targeted. First year residences are separate from senior year residences, and that has helped us in decreasing the GBV cases. And now senior year students, and preference for residences is for first year students, because they are the ones who receive the most, who are the most vulnerable to GBV. In terms of the one for queer community, because we have not implemented, or we are in the process of coming up with a inclusivity policy, we're in the progress. Benchmarking has already been done. And we will, in future, when everything is done, we are hoping that we will use the gender markers also to ensure that the queer community is where they need to be, and we know how much to allocate for them. And in terms of strategies that we have tried so far to address the issues that we are facing, we've strengthened partnerships with SABs. We work very well with SABs. We work with ward councillors and CPFs because they are hotspot areas for both campuses. We've had quarterly walkabouts where we walk and identify hotspot areas, and then we give each other time to rectify those hotspot areas when there's lights that need to be installed, there's fencing, cutting off trees, and we do that, and then we come back to look at how far have we done, how far have we implemented the plans that we had when we were doing the campus walks. And also through the Know Your Limit campaign that was launched this year in April, this we've done alongside with our peer-led with our peer-led education initiatives. We've been promoting awareness on responsible drinking practices. We've installed billboards around, digital billboards around East London, King Williamstown, and Alice. And this is saying that we're not only addressing the issue of alcohol consumption within the campus community, but the communities at large are benefiting from the information that they are receiving. And in terms of that one for liquor outlets and the public drinking, we have not yet fully found we have not fully got a buy-in from the municipalities. Though we have meetings, we have our regional meetings that we hold, and we have been stating these issues when it comes to public drinking, leaving the liquor outlets around midnight, no closing time, but we have not fully secured a buy-in from the municipalities for implementation and monitoring of those municipal buy-ins. SABS has fully taken over that responsibility because it's also speaking on the safety of the students and the community at large. Also, as I've said, we did ongoing trainings. In our trainings, we target the champions. We start with them because they are peer-led. They go back to their residences and educate others. And also, at times, cases are reported them. They need to be alert and know how to be sensitive when supporting victims of trauma. We train them, we train student leaders, your SRC, the student organizations, residence departments, sports departments, security officers, and the broader community at large, so that also our HR and our DC champions, chairpersons, to ensure that when there's issues, especially of rape, they know how to be sensitive when asking questions and what support is needed. And also we've been having those dialogues in Res Talks. They have in Teto Yamadoda to ensure that we reach out to almost all the students. Also, we've ensured that for all orientations and first-year orientations and new staff inductions, we include the GBV policy so they know what constitutes GBV and where to receive the support when needed. Besides that, in terms of the capacity, what's helping currently, despite the need and shortage for investigation officers, we have our monthly case management meetings, which we hold together with the legal unit, where we talk on cases that still need to be ongoing and the ones that are still to come, where we do not lose the victims while we are waiting for the process. This is to ensure that we do not have a backlog. And also our digital case management system, because this one we do virtually, our digital case management system is underway. We are just waiting for finalization. And all I can say is the university is invested and prides itself in ensuring that we prevent and we support those that have been afflicted with GBV to ensure that we uphold their rights, their respect to justice, and their respect and dignity. and we ensure that we instill a client-centered, a survivor-centered environment and support for everyone, while we are bringing accountability for every one of us in the campus community. And that is all from me, and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Nomzamo. A few points I've noted myself is where does the policy apply? I think it's a very important point because most students believe that the policy does not apply to them the minute they leave the institution. They feel like, okay, now that I am no longer within the university, I'm free. But then you are still representing the university. It reminds me of the saying, so I'm Sotho, so in Sotho we say, "Ngwana ke seipone sa lelapa la habo," meaning that a child reflects their family. You're mirroring, like you mirror your family. You mirror your family, so no matter where you are still representing your family, you know, in their presence or in their absence. So it's very important for you to understand that as long as you are a student within your university, you are representing that university and the policy applies to you. With all that, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to take it to 12:30. We will be taking questions or common perspectives from 12:30 up until 20 minutes before 11. So the floor is yours. If you have any questions, please. Please introduce yourself and then your question.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Nandokazi Kwakwa, and I'm a volunteer at the Transformation Office. I have a question for your office, Ms. Nomzamo. Sorry, I'm nervous. You mentioned that you have GBV champions who facilitate the reporting process and all that in your respective residences in UFH. My question is, are there policies that protect the GBV champions? I'm gonna make an example. This one time I was out with my friend. It happened, a guy was making her uncomfortable. So now I told the bartender to, deal with the guy, and he did. Now the guy stopped victimizing my friend, then turned to me, what he said, "Sizodibana estradeni and ndizokukhaba." So are there any policies, or are your GBV champions trained to deal with that?
Should we wait for all the questions or will you answer as they come?
Okay, with that one, let me be honest, we do not have a policy. And as I've said, our policy only covers those. If the person is someone who's not part of the campus community, it becomes difficult to intervene. However, if the person is within the campus community, remember we said it doesn't matter, no matter how minor you might assume it, a threat is also, it gives permission to report because they have intention to harm you. So we do intervene in such cases and open a case internally, but they are also allowed to go and report within SAPS, especially should they know who the perpetrator is. But unfortunately, we don't have a policy as yet.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Siviwe Geiger. I'm from the Eastern Cape Liquor Board. I'm a social accountability intern. I have one question and then two comments. So it's a clarity-seeking question on the legal support. I just want to find out, in terms of legal support, do you mean university legal support, like you provide legal support from the university, paid for by the university, or do you use like your law students? Because I know when I was at Rhodes, the law clinic was run by students and obviously the colleagues there. And then it's free consultation, then you pay like 25 Rand or 40 Rand for opening a file. So I just want to know, is it free for students, or do you use university legal units, or do you use your students in the legal course?
Oh, okay. In terms of the complainant, remember I said the one who has the ability to request an external legal support is the one who is the respondent. So if they have money, they do bring, but it's not paid for the university. But what the university does, it does give free legal support, and it uses the legal representative from the law unit that represent the perpetrator or the respondent. And also with the complainant, it's the legal unit, it's free legal support also offered to them. However, if you want external, you pay for yourself for the external support.
Okay, so just have two comments. One on the challenges on stigma. I just wanted to suggest maybe you can look at using your GBV champions and your peer educators into running stigma reduction campaigns in residences and also just in the campus. And these campaigns don't have to be in the traditional sense, but they can use skits for tomorrow, as the Eastern Cape Liquor Board, we're working with the Drama Society to showcase the link between alcohol abuse and GBV here at North Campus. So it could be something like that, where you're keeping the students engaged and interested, but you're also teaching them something from that. And then on the practical strategies, you mentioned that you've had struggle in working with the in ensuring the monitoring of municipal bylaws, and I've noted that you said SAPS has taken over the work, but I also wanted to suggest that you work with the Eastern Cape Liquor Board, because I know that there's also an intern that is situated at Fortier from the Eastern Cape Liquor Board, and you can work with them in ensuring that, you know, that is happening much faster, because obviously we are a regulatory board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we will take our next question.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I've got 3 questions to you, Sis Nomzamo. You mentioned in your presentation the issue of sexual romantic relationship amongst staff to staff, that they need to be declared. Which is okay and fine. The reality is that you are also students of the university that you are working at, ne? So, at some point you are the admin at the residence office, I'm the social worker at the student counseling unit. We declare the relationship, that is staff to staff. Then later on, 2 years down the line, I register for my master's. Now when I'm an employee, I'm a student. So there's dual, what? I don't know dual what, but I've got 2 caps now. I'm a student, at the same time, I'm staff. A case of GBV happens now. How do you actually categorize or tackle it or approach it? Is it now a case between staff and the student, because I'm an honor student, by the way, and I am the university student, regardless of my postgrad, there's no description, or an undergrad. I am a student, I am a staff. The relationship was declared, but now I'm a staff, I'm a student currently. Then, the issue, yes, sex for marks amongst staff and the students. Including also male students. I was having a dialogue with my peers. Omnia commented to say, bona they are, if the female students can go are at the advantage of getting marks easy, whereas Tina as male students were sweating. I said, no, that is not the case. So the student made an argument to say, I do come to student counseling unit for therapy, I do report the case, but at the end of the day, you guys are colleagues. That is the lecturer and maybe the judiciary or the investigative officer. He said, I just don't have a confidence in the whole system because after all, you guys are colleagues. And I am the student who's at the receiving end, and these cases do not progress to finalization or seeing the staff dismissed or what, they are just swept under the carpet. So reporting of this incident is not coming as it should, because they're saying, we know these lecturers, and we know the students that are actually doing it, and they are continue doing it, and you guys are aware of these lecturers, but it in a city report, because Galok will be interfering rather than intervening, so we cannot operate on the hearsay. So we've got that issue. Lastly, we residencies, to more special the off-campus residencies, we've been trying so much to engage the residence units that are responsible for placing. What normally happens is, Walter Sisulu is rural, that we all know. So these off-campus residences, you'll find them go to Bahlale Krisani. Krisani, in literal sense, is just a rural place. So, okay, fine, it's compliant according to the residence standards, but you'll find another block is for female, another block is for male students, but within the same residence or in the same yard. So what I've picked up from my case files, there's an escalation of sexual violence amongst students that is perpetrated by the use of liquor beverages. Majority of the students will come and report rape cases. And what saddens me is that the female survivors do not win those cases at court because it has to go the legal route. They do not win. And they are very frustrated to a point that they are even suffering mental health disorders because now they are frustrated and they are realizing they will drink alcohol and black out because Baba, these students, so irresponsible drinking into yabo. So they're drinking irresponsible, they black out, and you wake up in the morning, and Umfana would say, we are great. And she's now in my room, or she even gave me, I'm in her room, she gave me the consent and stuff. So when these cases are taking the legal route, it's very difficult for them to actually win. So how are you actually tackling such cases in your working space? Sorry for being long, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. The one of categorizing between staff and students. Luckily for us, it has been stipulated there who is a staff member and who is a student. If yours predates you being a student and you are already in a relationship, however, now because you are a staff member and you go to trainings even beyond the ones we give to students, we will, when a case of GBV is reported against you, hold you accountable as a staff member. When you are a tutor and you are receiving payment from the institution, you become a staff member. And the case is treated as such, as a staff member. And we always, as much as we are joking about it, there's a saying in Xhosa that, that's what we are doing now. The relations must be outside of the campus community. Now we are sisters and brothers. We want to live a holistic life where we don't step on each other's toes. So we will treat you as a staff member because you have an employee number and you get paid by the institution, and you are privileged because you get more trainings than the one who is a student. In terms of the one where cases of staff members are not getting anywhere, previously, I would say we had the same situation because the policy was not addressing that. But currently, if an offense of a GBV case happens, you are not only reporting, the GBV office is aware, and the Vice Chancellor is already aware of that incident. And then at times, for the university, when you are a staff member that has conducted GBV, you are given suspension, you go home, so that you don't influence the investigation process. You can stay at home, we do the investigation, we call when it's finalized, and then you hear. We do get finalization. And previously, people will just, because there's a case happened against me, they resign. Now, even if you want to resign, we conclude the case against you. And then if you have already left, because others, they knew that I am guilty and I will run, and the report is sent to your current employer. Because you have run away from a GBV case, you are going to increase the GBV case of another institution. So they must be knowledgeable of the kind of person they are putting into place to be in front of their campus community. And then in terms of us, in terms of consenting under alcohol, for us, even if they say no, yes, they cannot say yes if they are medicated, they are drunk, or they are under influence. Written in bold in the policy, written in bold in the Sexual Offences Amendment Act. And therefore, a person can never consent if they were drunk. So you will say, but she consented, but what is the policy saying? What is the law saying? You are guilty. So in cases of those liquor, and we always educate our students and our staff that no matter what, wait for them to be sober the next day. Then you can re-ask again to say, are we still in this together? Then I can consent soberly so. That's how we try and resolve all of this.
Okay, colleagues, I'm going to take the last 3 hands after Ms. Matilda. So first is going to be Ms. Matilda. The lady over there, you'll be the third, and she'll be the last one. Can we please wrap it up just to save time? Thank you.
Thank you. Matilda Smith from Mandela University. I was quite interested in your disciplinary processes and trying to understand whether it forms part of the usual student or staff tribunals, or whether you have a special tribunal that deals only with sexual harassment or sexual assault cases. And then also around the disciplinary processes, I was wondering whether your students or whoever appears before it understand the difference between formal and informal processes, because often people are in such a state that initially they don't really know the difference, and so I was just wondering how you made the difference clear. And then the last one was with respect to, you said legal advice is given to the students. I was wondering which unit does that? Is it legal services? Is it the law clinic? Do you have anybody special that attends to that? Thank you very much for your input. It was great.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me start at the bottom. For the students to get, it's via the legal, in partnership with the law clinic, to ensure that within the local faculty, they already know the students who have availed themselves to be representative of respondents. So they take from them, and that also includes the student representatives. In terms of, of who forms part of those tribunals, as I've stated, for student cases, the legal unit takes part, but if it's a staff member, it becomes the employee relations who becomes part. What else did I forget that I didn't answer? Oh, formal and informal. Even in the beginning, when they are coming to report, we always give clear indication of what informal is and explain the process, and what formal is, and then we explain the process. And also, we are the ones who also reach out to say, you can also open a case external with ASAPS, and then we accompany you to open that case.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nomzamo. I think we'll take our next question and then we'll be left with the last two questions.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ntombozo Kosukani. I am a student here at NMU. Thank you, Ms. Nomzamo, for this informative presentation. You articulated it very well. My question is, since GBV can also affect males and the LGBTQ community student, how does the university addresses that? Since on the slides about challenges faced by the student, you focus more on the female survivors. So how does the university goes about that? And how does the university ensure that those who report GBVs are protected from victim blaming on the male or LGBTQ community? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. In terms, let me start with the one of people in the queer community. We also have queer ambassadors, not just anti-GBV champions. We also have queer ambassadors because at times people in the queer community don't want to come out, but when they see people they can relate to, it becomes easy for them to report to them or to go and build relations with, or hear what the queer community is going through from people they can identify with. So we also have queer ambassadors, and in terms of male students, we also have male social workers in the office. And we have Intetho Yomadoda, where we also talk about males experiencing GBV, about males coming out. And at times, males don't want to come out because it looks taboo to say, my girlfriend is hitting me. That's why we make this conversation easier to talk about, and it's males that are facilitating those dialogues that are faced on challenges that males are facing, especially in the campus community. We do support them.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sinoyolo Silo. I'm the SRC member of the University of NMU. Please excuse my speech, I'm very nervous, but I want to ask a question, too, maybe. I wanted to ask, what measures do you as the Transformation Office take to ensure that substantial evidence is obtained? And do you question witnesses, and do you obtain the CCTV footages? And in that order, do you first inform the perpetrator, or do you gather evidence first, then confront the perpetrator? Thank you.
Okay, in terms of, remember I said we are survivor-centered, or we are complainant-centered. We obviously going to respond firstly to the complainant, see if there's evidence that we can find where the case happened. Are there any CCTV cameras wherever the incident took place? There is also a social worker that reaches out to the perpetrator, should the perpetrator be known, to also give them support. Remember, as much as I have done something wrong, as much as we are an institution, we take zero tolerance. We don't want to be as much punitive. We want to also rehabilitate. Because there are even incidents where maybe the perpetrator will unintentionally, in cases of consent, I was not aware that they can consent, they cannot consent. They need to be made aware. They need to have psychosocial support as well. So there's support measures for them in terms of, also that's why the social worker advises you can, if you are able to, source legal services from outside the institution. However, you need to write in writing to the legal unit to make them aware that you'll be bringing a legal advisor from outside the institution. And then CPS, in terms of when the CCTV footage is within campus, that's where we work with. And luckily for us, with the East London campus, we are best friends. We are just next to each other. Our offices are next to each other.
Okay. Morning, everyone. Baba Lokosha from Rhodes University. I'm interested in your office's own investigation capacity, right? You spoke about having your own investigators. I wanted for you to speak a bit about the motivation and the rationale behind having your own separate investigators outside of the investigators that work for the legal services that deal with other disciplinary matters in the university. And then just to speak to the question, is there a differentiation of the skill set required from someone who is investigating GBV versus normal disciplinary or criminal matters? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. As I already said, our investigators are from the unit, employed in our unit as investigators. Obviously, you must have law so that even in your investigation, you do not step on someone else's rights. Advocate Mpapa, obviously, is accredited and she is an accredited mediator. And Apelele Maliwa is also a law graduate. When these happen, they only do the investigation and then hand over the report to the legal unit and the disciplinary hearing. They work on that. They are not part of the DC. Yes, they are separate from the DC to prevent any biases from them. When it comes to even cases, one thing I did not mention is that also with the issue of staff, for example, someone, what's if the director, there's a part in the policy that accommodates that. Maybe my director has committed GBV. There's reporting channels. If you feel I can report to the reporting officer, you can report straight to the manager, which is the VC. And even with the VC, you report to the MEC, because I might feel a little bit of fear that is my job safe. There are reporting channels that ensures that if it's someone in the senior management who then investigates their case, so that we don't have cases that are just running through the SIBs. And with those cases as well, they have to be recorded in the GBV offices so that we keep an update on how far is the case, when is the finalization end. And also at times, we are the ones who challenge the finalization when a hearing has been conducted and there's a conclusion that maybe this person is not found guilty. And then we as an office, when we're looking at everything and evidence, we challenge that we need the case to be reinstated and reheard.
Okay, Engos kakhulu, Ms. Nomzamo. Can we please give her a round of applause? I think the issue of consent is very crucial, ladies and gentlemen, because I remember myself as a first-year student attending a transformation office event where they were presenting about consent. I was there laughing because I feel like the issue of consent, we belittle it, we take it for granted, because Ms. Marias was saying that you need to ask for consent in every step, on everything that is happening, you need to ask for consent. May I please kiss you? May I continue? Are you still okay? And it sounded very funny and it sounded like it was a lot of admin, but it's what lands a lot of people in trouble. It's a lot of admin. It's a lot of admin, but it's very important if you do not want to find yourself in trouble. Colleagues, are we still okay? I was still okay? I was still fine, energetic? I think that was a very fruitful first session. So right now we will be continuing to our second part, second presentation. Sorry, I need the program just to remind myself what's happening. And right now, we're a bit behind time. So now we are going to have a presentation from the Rhodes team. Just keep on noting down those questions, the pointers. That was very beautiful. To everyone that asked a question, thank you very much. Ms. Nomzamo, thank you very much. That was a very fruitful presentation. So, okay.
Colleagues rather prefer a tea break, and then we have the three universities presenting, and maybe a shorter lunch, or do you want Rhodes to present now and we have a later tea break? option 1 or 2? 1. Okay, maybe we. Yes, okay, so we can go ahead.
I need people to forget Forte's presentation.
Okay,
So,
thanks.
oh, okay, I'm sorry, I can't have it. So we'll be continuing. Rhodes will be giving us a presentation, and as they prepare, I think we should also touch on victim blaming, as Ms. Nomzamo mentioned it. So what I noted down is that victim blaming can be, you can see it, and at some point you can't see it because it can come from someone that is supposed to be your support system. It can be as little as saying, but don't you think you're being a bit of a dramatic, you know? That is victim blaming because they are making you start not being sure about how you are feeling. So your emotions and everything that you're experiencing is being invalidated. I'm talking because the laptop has jammed. So I'm just trying to figure it out while also passing time. So it can be as little as that, and we need to be informed about all this so that when we go through it, we know what it is, we know which one we're going through. It can come from a parent even, or a family member. Like let's say sexual assault has happened within the family. Someone can be like, hi, wena nxiza man umaluma akho lokho, kade geza, why you uba dramatic, wawunehaba, do you get it? It can be as little, so the laptop is fine. I think we can continue, it's not showing there. Okay. Okay, all right, well, cool. I'm done talking. Let's just give her space. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome Dr. Clay.
I was hoping we would have tea first so that you could kind of forget Forte's presentation because it's quite a hard act to follow. So when I put together our presentation, because one of the things I've been interested in is the kind of gender transformation project beyond gender-based violence as a kind of focus point. And so I've kind of expanded the view a little bit to ask, where does our response to gender-based violence fit in the transformation of gender and gendered relationships within the institution? Because I think gender-based violence has a context, right? It's a context of patriarchal, misogynistic, colonial context. And to what extent are we thinking into that context as part of the work we do around gender-based violence? So I'm going to talk a little bit beyond our GBV infrastructure and response. But also just to say that I'm very much here in inquiry mode. There's a lot that we are undertaking at the moment in response to a number of challenges that we have encountered. Well, I've been there for 2 years, so myself and my very brand new team have encountered in the time that we've been there. And so as I go through, I'll be talking about kind of different areas, but be asking questions as I go. So I also just had I had the pictures of the team here, but they're mostly here anyway. The one thing I was interested in, and this is where our office is located, and so where the work of a GBV response and more broadly gender transformation, where it's located in the institution and how it is enacted, all right? Given the fact that there's 4 of us in our office, well, 4.5 of us in our office, we typically do not do all the work, right? we have to be facilitators, catalysts, right? And so the way in which we do that, and I just wanted to share very briefly, you know, how it is that we operate in relation to other parts of the university. Because our work is not simply about offering a GBV response, which is, I think, different from Fort Hare's structure. We have within a broader division, which is responsible for transformation more broadly, from everything related from disability to visual culture to language transformation to institutional culture transformation. And within that, there's a function to respond to discrimination, harassment, and all forms of gender-based violence, right? So it is a sub-function within the broader division. Now, bearing in mind, we are much smaller than any of your other institutions here. We have 8,000 students in total, and we have 1,000 members of staff in total. So we are smaller. However, I don't know, the jobs remain the same, if you know what I mean. You still have to do the same things. So there's myself as the Director of Equity and Institutional Culture, and I report straight to the VC. Then there are Babs and Lorona, who are the Discrimination and Harassment Officers and Manager. Then there's Vuyo, who's Research and Projects, and Admin. I'm going to speak to particularly the discrimination and harassment functions, because they work very, very closely with the Department of Student Services and Development, specifically the Counseling Center, in terms of the reporting, in terms of case management and reporting. So they work very, very closely with that office. They work very closely with our legal unit, and I'll get into the detail of that in a minute. And they work very closely with our people and culture, which is our HR function. One thing which is different about our office is that we do not have internal investigative capacity. Our role ends when formal processes start, so our role remains informal. Our role is to receive reports with regards to discrimination and harassment and gender-based violence. Our role is to offer mediation, if that is what the complainant chooses, and our role is to support the complainant from the moment that they are sent to our office throughout the whole process. So even if it does go to a disciplinary process, we are there to support them. So that is our role. We have very little role in the investigation of reports, and we serve as witnesses in the kind of formal disciplinary processes at this point. So there's a very clear distinction in terms of function. It's not optimal for us, but we will get there on that question. So that's where we sit in terms of our broader advocacy work. Our whole office is involved in awareness raising and training. Over the last few years, our focus has been primarily on issues related to gender-based violence, interpartner violence, intimate partner violence, consent, bystander training. And we do that through the Discrimination and Harassment Office, but also through our projects and communications specialist who works with transformation reps, who are our main kind of structure for awareness raising in the student environment. We do not have an adequate staff training program. In fact, we don't have a staff training program at this point, yeah? But that is something, I can tell you about our plans, but at the moment we don't have a staff training program that specifically addresses these particular sets of issues. In terms of advocacy work, the work that we do, the advocacy that we do, particularly in terms of structural changes, is driven through a series of committees, 4 in particular, Visual Representation and Culture Committee, called VRAC, and they deal with all matters related to visual culture, logos, this name of ours, etc. The Disability Committee, who drives advocacy around disability. The Language Committee, who drives advocacy and projects around multilingualism. They're quite strong. And then our Gender Action Forum, who are the body on campus who are meant to advocate for gender transformation more broadly. We have a challenge there in terms of the capacity of that, because it's not a committee, it's a forum, to actually drive any meaningful change. So that is why there's a question mark there. I'm interested in what gender advocacy forums or gender transformation advocacy forums or bodies look like on your campuses. They all then report to the Equity and Institutional Culture Committee, which is like the transformation committee of the institution, and the Equity and Institutional Culture then goes to Senate, where decisions are made around policies, around new projects, around structures, and so forth. Typically, senators, by the time they get to these, our committees, Senate is quite tired, and we don't usually have to fight very hard about anything. And so usually Senate will typically support anything that comes out of equity and institutional culture. And then whatever Senate, depending on what it is, it'll go to council and then feedback to us. We also do have a direct line to council through our institutional forum. And so if there's something, a particular issue that we're trying to advocate for, so recently, for example, we were advocating for the inclusion of a universal access audit in all new building and infrastructure development plans. And we were able to get that approved at council through IF. So we didn't bother going through Senate. So there are ways and structures through which we can advocate for, significant structural changes within the institution. But again, that is something I'm quite interested in, is how gender advocacy in general finds its home and how it's driven through your respective institutions. So I won't talk to that. The other thing is, so we have an institutional development plan which has 8 kind of stated objectives. You probably can't see that because it's too small. The point is, though, is that the work of the division underpins or is underpinned by a number of these objectives. Part of the problem we have, though, is the extent to which transformation is understood in gendered terms within the institution. So the word transformation is used quite a lot, but it's very rarely in our institutional strategy, even in this plan. I don't think the word gender appears at all, or once or twice. So there's something about how the logics of gender transformation and gender equality feature in the strategic objectives of the institution, right? Beyond simply responding to gender-based violence as a kind of response. And so just as an overview, our main objective as an office, as the whole office, is to drive the transformation of the institution towards being one whose staff and students' practices, so we're interested in what people do, right, are demonstrably informed by a deep appreciation of equity, social justice, and redress. So at every point in the system, whether it be structurally, through policies, processes, whether it be through relationships, we are working to have those things be informed by equity, social justice, and redress. And then, so what that looks like for us is through awareness raising and advocacy work, through the facilitation and enabling of various stakeholders to do transformation work. I work, for example, with deans and HODs to help them think through challenges they're facing in their respective departments and how best to approach those challenges in a transformative way. It's through strategic intervention, like how do we get particularly gender transformation into the language of the strategic plan of the university. We have a monitoring, evaluation, and reporting function with regards to transformation broadly, but specifically gender transformation. And then we have a discrimination, harassment, and GBV response function as well. And it's sitting right there. So I think what's important for us is that, you know, Lorona and I were just reflecting on, we don't have a kind of a unit that is specifically, its only job is to attend to gender-based violence, right? We have to attend to a range of concerns, amongst those being gender-based violence. So, and this is also where we have questions, and this I think is where the Forte presentation was so extremely helpful, you know. We are currently embarking on a policy development process whereby we not only can respond to the requirements of the new sexual offences legislation, as well as the new codes of the sexual harassment codes, the new employment equity, what are they called? You know, those ones. So the new kind of legislative requirements. Yeah, but also one of our challenges is that our policies have been quite, have not been coherent in terms of each other. You know, so you'll see, for example, we have a grievance procedure, but it doesn't speak to the policy on eradicating unfair discrimination and harassment. We have a sexual offences policy for students, but we actually don't have anything guiding our response to sexual offences for staff. So it was just considered a normal grievance. So what we are doing currently is building a policy, a kind of infrastructure that can really, really have us respond according to best practice and the laws that we now need to take into consideration, so that we can respond to all forms of discrimination, all forms of harassment, and specifically gender-based violence in the way that is informed by best practice and new legislation. And that process is underway, and basically it takes all of those documents and it kind of has them speak to each other, right? So that is a very big project we're interested in at the moment, which is why I'm particularly interested in what Fort has been up to. One of those is the protocol on managing close relationships between staff and students. And I don't know when it was, you were just recently announced that you had banned relationships between staff and students. We saw the news and went, but we are going to have quite a difficult task, similarly to yourselves, in having that, and it won't be a protocol, it will be part of the policy going forward, right? So that's what we're working on at the moment. In terms of our current procedures, and here again is where I was really interested in what you were talking about, and yeah, I haven't made the best slides. Nobody can see what's on there. My apologies for that. But I think what this is we have a kind of procedure with regards to what students do from the moment a complaint comes in to when it is resolved, and we have a similar procedure for staff. The main thing that happens here is, and what this does is distinguish between our different roles. So like I said, our discrimination, harassment and gender harm office is the first point of call. So whether that is at 3 o'clock in the morning, if a call comes in from, it's usually campus protection services or from a warden, someone from our office needs to be there, to ensure that secondary victimization is not happening, but also that procedures are being correctly followed with regards to everything that has to happen after an assault or, in particular, a rape. So, and from that moment, that person becomes that student's, it's usually a student, rarely staff member, that student's point of contact with the office. We make sure that students access counseling. We make sure that they are being looked after. If they need temporary accommodation, we organize that. We do have a safe house that we can use. And so our job then becomes looking after the student and helping them navigate the system that they need to navigate depending on what they choose. So if they choose to go to a disciplinary, if they choose to pursue a kind of formal process, then we support them in that. However, they don't get a choice with regards to rape and sexual assault. There's one of two things we can do there. Either the person simply reports it to us and we support them psychosocially, or it goes into disciplinary. We don't mediate for rape and sexual assault either. Yeah? One of the challenges we have, though, is in filling out that space between what happens between noting and following a formal disciplinary process, so alternative dispute mechanisms, the kinds of things where we can intervene in ways that are not necessarily related to discipline, but more corrective and developmental. And so, the team is relatively new, but that is something that we're working on, is trying to understand what else needs to be in that space in terms of alternative ways of working with these kinds of reports. We have a policy of we do not do restorative justice. It is something that the university took, particularly on rape and sexual assault. Restorative justice is not an option for our students or our staff. It either goes to disciplinary or it goes nowhere. And so that is part of what it is that we are thinking into in terms of what else is available to us. I think the other thing that's interesting and what we are quite interested in is what our kind of formal processes should look like, right? So who should be doing the investigations? What kinds of capacity should they have? We know that higher health has certain sets of protocols. We know that the national framework and the higher education DHET framework has particular best practice that they name. Currently, our legal unit does the investigations and they prosecute the cases should they go forward. Questions around who decides whether there's enough evidence to... We have questions around who decides whether there's enough evidence to pursue well, first of all, even an investigation, and then a formal disciplinary process. What do disciplinary panels look like? Those are questions that we are asking at the moment and are really open to guidance on with regards to what those should look like. One of the things we have two prosecutors in our university who deal with all matters related to, well, everything. So staff discipline, student discipline, everything from cheating on exams to rape cases. And so it's a very, very heavy load. And so we really are asking, do we need specialist capacity to deal with gender-based violence in particular? And what could that look like, and where should it be located? The other thing is, and this is quite interesting, in terms of when the university goes ahead with a prosecution, and I'm interested to know what it is that you do, is it's no longer about the complainant or the survivor. It's not the survivor versus the defendant. It becomes the university versus the defendant. And then the university kind of proceeds with that case on behalf of the defendant. The complainant, yes, on behalf of the complainant. There have been suggestions that there might be a bit of a conflict of interest there. And I know, for example, I don't know, but UCT has started a process where they actually get independent prosecutors to come and act on behalf of the complainant. So those are the kinds of questions we're asking there too. So we're very much in a kind of inquiring phase, and we're hoping to resolve a number of these questions through the development of the new policy. And so that we do have a first draft, and so are working on kind of refining that draft for ourselves. So these are the questions that we're asking. We're asking around the integration of gender transformation into the university's plan for itself over the next 5 years, more broadly. We're asking around what gender advocacy looks like on our campuses. We are interested also in how you have responded to the requirements of the new sexual offences legislation, specifically the clause on mandatory reporting to SAPS, because we have not resolved that for ourselves yet. And also the screening of employees in relation to the National Sexual Offences Database. And then we are very much in this inquiry around processes involving GBV reporting. Not only GBV, but specifically GBV reporting. What do your disciplinary panels look like? What kinds of interventions are in place for the perpetrator? What happens to the defendants in your cases? What kinds of support do you offer them? Because they are still our students, even though they are defendants. The extent to which restorative justice is part of your methodologies. And then the relationship to the kind of other parts of the university, like your HR function and your legal function, and what that looks like. I think there was some clarity provided for us from Forte, which I really appreciated. So those are the kinds of inquiries we're in, and we are very much in an inquiry phase. I mean, I think we do a number of things very well, including, I'm very, very proud of our transformation rep network. Because we're small, we get to work very closely with students. We also have initiated a positive masculinities program with Lorona. I know that Babalwa has a number of things up her sleeve. Also because we were particularly interested in Babalwa's work with defendants and perpetrators that she did at UCT. So, we're very much in that kind of inquiry and building phase. We also, just as a matter of interest, are going on a large training development mission next year to develop programming both face-to-face and online like micro-credential courses that we can, well, we'll see if, in that structure, we're not sure if they will be credentialed, but in the idea of that, so that we can kind of roll out this kind of content en masse and hopefully build it into the requirements for example, new staff coming into the institution to complete a course, the SRCs, other student leadership structures, you know, and really integrating this work in this training and awareness raising work into those structures. We have managed to do that to some extent. We have now managed to get a whole morning with the new SRC, whereas before we had 1 hour. We have managed to insert training into the extended orientation program. We have also managed to, through the Transformation Rep program, do quite a lot of training in the residences. So we have made progress in that regard. The next step is to kind of grow that and then also to integrate the staff training structures so that we can start working with staff in that regard, especially with academics, but not only. Yeah, cool, thank you. I don't know. Do you want it?
Thank you very much, Dr. Claire. So what I've realized that the common factor between the two presentations that have been done so far is the issue of intimate partner violence, meaning that it is a huge struggle because it leads to higher chances of gender-based violence. So it should be something that should be discussed in the coming sessions or even afterwards. So Dr. Claire has left questions for the floor, even for our next presentation. So Walter Sisulu and Nelson Mandela, please just tuck it in your presentations. I don't know how, but just maneuver. So the questions being, what gender advocacy forums look like in our institutions, and how gender advocacy is driven in different institutions. So Dr. Levendal, I hope you took notes, because for the brainstorming sessions, just to touch on a few. I mean, that's why we're here, so that we can have such questions and try to integrate into moving forward and being innovative. Also, I saw that when you were talking about Safe House and when University of Fort Hare was talking about Safe House, Dr. Levendal's face was just like, okay, that's something we need to note down. So ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:30 now. I will take 4, maximum 5 questions or comments. By 20 to 12, maybe please be done so that we can have the quick tea break. Thank you. So the floor is yours. We'll start with Dr. Levendal.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Claire. That was quite insightful and very different to the way that our governance structure looks like. You have a seat on IF?
Yes.
So you're formally a member of IF?
Yes.
Okay. I'm co-opted, by the way, just so that you can know. How did you establish your transformation reps? And it sounds like they are in the residence only. Are they also at departmental level that you have transformation reps? And what is their responsibility? Because I'm thinking now in terms of the institutional transformation plan, you know, and obviously the advocacy work and so on, and policy. So what would their responsibilities be, and how do you identify them? Yeah, I think that is it from me, yeah.
Yeah, oh, should we take a number of questions first? Or one on one? Oh, okay. Okay, I can do that, because I can answer, that's an easy one. I can do that. So the transformation reps are members of our house committees. So the one thing we managed to do, which I'm also very proud of, was that we formalized, there was an informal network of transformation reps before, but we were managed to formalize them into the House committee structures. And so they are elected like all House committees are elected, so they're part of that student governance structure. So they also then receive all the training that our students' governance structures receive, in addition to the training that we offer them. Currently, their role is well, on those House committees, their role is to bring a kind of transformative lens to that student governance structure. But their primary role is an awareness raising, as a kind of, they're a peer educator network at this point, yeah. Their advocacy role is at this point, doesn't really extend beyond that, their role as House committees. The faculty reps are different. Yeah, they're a different structure. One of the things that we need to think about going forward is how we link these structures, you know, how we find or how we generate a conversation between these structures, yeah? So the other thing that we need to figure out is we have on our SRC a transformation and activism portfolio, right? Now, we have a very close relationship with that person, always. We get them in as soon as they've been elected, and we work very well with them. But there is a bit of a disconnect between that portfolio and the transformation reps. And so that's another thing that we need to figure out. So at the moment, they have a largely peer education function, and then their governance function within their House committee structure. At this point. But we do need to think about how, you know, we can join dots between other structures within the institution. The other challenge is our off-campus students. At the moment, there's one representative. We have, I don't know where the word comes from, but we call off-campus students Opedan students. Oh, okay. Okay, so, and there's one, the Opedan has a committee with all of the different portfolios, and then there's one transformation rep there. Unfortunately, I mean, the problem is, of course, is there's about half of our students are off-campus students. So the representation isn't equivocal. So that's another challenge that we're working with, yeah. So, yeah, it's not something we've resolved at this point, but it is something we know that we need to join the dots between these structures, yeah. Not at this point. It's very interesting because even with regards to, for example, training, a lot of energy and focus has been in the student environment, right? Less has been in the staff environment. So we don't currently have a structure of transformation reps or something like that within the staff environment. Of course, there are the employment equity reps because they have a kind of statutory function, but there is quite a lot of work to do with regards to building, integrating the logics of transformation and the necessary structures to advance those logics within the staff environment, yeah.
Okay, colleagues, we have 4 minutes left for the answer and question session. Unfortunately, I'm going to take the last 2 hands so that we can make it for the tea break and then come back. So the lady there at the back had raised her hand, and then ma'am has also raised her hand. Can it please be the last 2 hands? And then when we come back, please note out the questions that you have. I'll just allow a maximum of 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Is it okay? 5 minutes where you can ask your questions, just so we try to catch up with time. Is that okay with you, colleagues? Okay, thank you very much. You may ask your question, and then she'll be the last.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bontle Shai, and I'm a student here at NMU. So my focus will be on, you said you have no internal stat that deals with brought-up cases. So I'd like to know what measures or strategies are put in place in order to evaluate the effectiveness of the external investigations.
Can you just repeat the first part of your question?
Or what measures or strategies are put in place in order to evaluate the effectiveness of the external investigations?
Are you referring to the investigations into GBV
yeah.
case incidents? So they aren't external, they're typically internal investigations at this point. They're conducted by the institution. Is that what you're referring to?
You said you have no internal stat that deals with brought-up cases of GBV.
What I meant was within our office. Yeah. So we have within the institution 2 prosecutors in the legal unit who do the investigations. Yeah. So, but I mean, your question remains. You know, do we track the effectiveness of those investigations and the outcomes of those? It's quite a tricky question because one of the kind of structural challenges we have is actually this relationship between our unit and the legal unit is one that is not always clear. And so part of our policy making process has to do with clarifying those roles. So what we do is that obviously we're with the complainant the whole time, and so we're keeping up with the complainant. And we then will know what the outcome of the investigations are, and we'll know what the outcomes of the disciplinary procedures are, and we keep track of it. At the moment, with regards to actually understanding, looking for patterns in outcomes with regards to effectiveness, with regards to how many prosecutions, we are not tracking that data at the moment. It's a real gap for us. So it's something that we've now recording, but we're not actively kind of analyzing those outcomes. And in fact, I'd be quite interested to know if other institutions are looking at those outcomes and analyzing them and then responding to that analysis in a meaningful way. At the moment, we are not doing that. But we are recording the outcomes of these different things. Another thing that we're doing is, I mean, last year, all of us had to complete a survey from the DHET, who were asking us for things like how long does it take to resolve cases, for example. And so we've started recording that data as well. So we record it, but we don't analyze it at this point, although we know we need to analyze it. Is that an answer to your question? Okay, good.
Oh, okay, thank you so much. The reason why I'm asking so many questions is because I'm learning quite a lot. I've learned a lot from Forte, and also I'm also learning a lot from Arju. I heard you mentioning the issue of perpetrator interventions, wherein you made mention of restorative justice. So my question is, are you the ones who are actually implementing, or who are actually taking care of the offender or the perpetrator in terms of the intervention, or you are only responsible for the survivors, or both? If, in fact, I did not hear, or maybe I missed out, if you do offer the psychosocial support or you refer to counseling services for psychosocial support, because Bona Forte, they had like a comprehensive program. So is it yours fragmented, like we make a referral to the unit that specializes with psychosocial support, or you support both? If you do support both, like in terms of the conflict of interest, biasness, respecting also the integrity of the service. Because if you're supporting both, it's a good thing because after all, Naye, the perpetrator, is still a student and he needs to be developed. But if we're having appointments and you are clashing there by the reception, like in practical sense now, in the practical sense of it, yes, thank you so much.
Yes, I mean, that's exactly up until the beginning of this year, we only had one person in the portfolio. There was one discrimination and harassment person for everything. And that was exactly the problem, because, she would have to sit with the complainant and then she would have to sit with the defendant and just be like, it's a very, very difficult line to hold. So currently, most of our support goes towards the complainants. That's where our main support is, and officially that is our role. Officially, we don't have a role to support the defendants, but we know it is good practice to support the defendants, and so that's part of what we want to build into our infrastructure, is a mechanism to support defendants as well, not just through corrective counseling, because we do the corrective counseling. That is something that our team is corrective counseling, but actually providing the same level of support that we offer to our complainants. So also in response to your question, we are not psychologists or counselors in our office. Lorena is a social worker, so he can counsel, but Babawa has a background in the social sciences, but we're not accredited counselors. So we do outsource the counseling to the counseling center. We do get our students get first preference, so they'll be pushed to the front of the line, because of course the counseling center is under-resourced, like everywhere. With staff, we make use of the counseling provided by human resources, in terms of psychosocial support. But again, and with staff, it's even more stark with regards to there is at this point only complainant support. There's not very much defendant support at all. So it is one of the things that we know that we need to build capacity in. And so we are quite interested to know what other institutions do, like what do the defendant support structures look like.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Claire. So colleagues, it's 11:45. May I please request that we take a 15 minutes break, 15 minutes, so that by 12 o'clock, may we please be seated so that we can continue the second session of the program. We still have 2 more universities that have their presentations. So 12 o'clock, may we please be seated? And if I heard properly, food is prohibited in this area. Is it? Is it? It's fine, I'm creating my own information, but there are tables there, that side where you can sit down and eat. Thank you very much, colleagues. Outside, please come in as we continue with our program. Colleagues, may I please request that everyone that's outside, they make their way in. So at 12 minutes past 5, we are continuing with our program. Again, may I please request that phones go back. Oh, 5 past 12. 5 minutes past 12. At 5 minutes past 12, we are continuing with our program. Again, may I please request that we put our phones on silent. I know that we could have answered a few calls, maybe forgot to remove it from silent, but may we please continue as we were. Okay, just to get a few colleagues outside. Takani, can you please assist with the colleagues so that they come back in? Okay, colleagues, it's 5 minutes past 12. Welcome back, everyone. Just to brief us on what we had on our first session, we had our first presentation by University of Fort Hare, where a few points were made, victim blaming, issues of consent, and all that. And then we had our second presentation from Rhodes. Few questions were left on the floor for everyone to answer, including students. If you are a student and the questions that have been asked, you feel like you have something to say about it, please do that, because this is a student-inclusive session. So your input is as important. In fact, it's the most important because the resources are there to assist students. So if you think that something can assist, please do. There's no right or wrong answer. Everything is as important. Okay, colleagues, going forward, yes, eating is now allowed. I had to be asked. I had to be asked. Going forward, we are going to have or continue with our presentations, and we are going to continue with Walter Sisulu University. Walter Sisulu presentation, I hope you've included the questions that were asked by Rhodes just to assist them, because I mean, she had Maya Angelou's quote at the end. Is that enough to say, can we respond to the questions? So, ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome on stage Walter Sisulu as they come to do their presentation. And yeah, in the meantime, just to touch on what was said as Walter Sisulu makes its way to the podium. Yeah, what else did she speak about? So she spoke about saying that they do not yet have sexual offenses policies for staff, but there is one for students. I think also it's important to understand that conflict of interest as a student and as a lecturer, there has to be that professional spacing, that is your lecture, you know. A laptop is acting up again. I think it's here. Okay, let me just try that. Okay. The mouse is not working. Okay, colleagues, as we are working on the laptop, may I please request that the questions that were supposed to be put down, the people that were ready to ask questions, please note them down. Dr. Lien will assist if, like, at the end of the session, we have a combination of all the questions put forward, just to assist as we continue to make way forward so that you also look at them in the meetings that you have or in trying to find ways to move forward. Okay, so we will do that, colleagues. If you have any question that you won't be able to raise, or even if you manage to raise your question, please just put it down, note it down, so that we can move the questions forward and submit them to myself or Dr. Levendal so that they can see way forward. Ilungile. All right, guys, please put your hands together for Walter Sisulu University.
Thank you very much, colleagues, and good afternoon. I really do not know what is happening with me. I'm shaking. I don't know whether I'm shaking because of the weather outside or because I'm afraid of you. Yes, but at the same time, I can feel that I am protected. Yes, colleagues, we have already been introduced by Mr. Sidinile. My name is Lulamile Mbongo. I am a transformation manager for Walter Sisulu University, the big university in the Eastern Cape. Yes. Colleagues, just before zooming to the presentation, let me also add to what Mr. Sidinile have just said. What we have done as the Walter Sisulu University, yes, in March 2023, we have established a very, very big directorate that is known as the Transformation and Language Directorate. And under that directorate, it is having 4 units. The first unit is the Transformation Unit. The second unit is the unit that cares for the people with or persons with disabilities. And the third one, it is the Language and the IKS unit. That is the Indigenous Knowledge Systems unit. Language and Indigenous Knowledge System. And the fourth one is more on the digitization. Digitization, yes. So we are having that directorate that is having 4 units. The first unit, the transformation unit, is led by me. I am the boss. Yes. And the second one is led by Ms. Noma Chila, the disability one. The third one, the language and the Indigenous Knowledge System, is led by Mr. Nokujwa. And the fourth one is still vacant. And then you are free to apply. Yes. Colleagues, zooming to the presentation. Yes. Immediately, we received the invite from the university, from Nelson Mandela University. What we have said, this is how we have structured our presentation. We have structured our presentation with regard to what is expected from us. Yes. But we have also added some things. Yes. For example, we have said to ourselves, as WSU, as Walter Sisulu University, we need to tell people why gender-based violence matters. We need to start from that premise to say, why is it matters? Why is it a problem? Why it should be known by every person in each and every corner of the globe. Secondly, we have said, as WSU, what is our stance? What is our stand with regard to GBV? You can preach and preach and preach, but at the end of the day, we need to understand what is your stand with regard to GBV. We need to hear from the roads, what is your stand with regard to the issues of GBV? And now today, we are going to tell you what is our stand as far as GBV is concerned. The third one, we are going to talk about WSU gender-based violence policy processes and survivor support mechanisms. We are also going to talk about the experience with vetting of employees. We are also going to talk about that thing, challenges affecting female survivors of GBV at WSU, as well as the practical strategies. We're not talking only about the strategies. We're talking about the practical strategies, the interventions that we are using to overcome the challenge or the problem of GBV. Why GBV matters? The GBV matters deeply within higher education sector because it has profound impacts, not only on the individuals, but also on the broader missions of the university, such as teaching and learning, equity, and transformation. And if it is not addressed sooner, if it's not addressed adequately, if it is not addressed correctly, suitably, sooner or later, it is going to be dark. Kuzaba mnyama. The future generations will have no space to exist or to live. So this thing of gender-based violence, it should be addressed when? Now. Because if it's not addressed, it is going to lead to severe and lasting consequences. For the purpose of this presentation, I've decided to mention only 3. But there are more than 3. I think there are 60-something. First one, if it's not addressed adequately, it can have negative impact on survivors. That can lead to poor academic performance. That can lead to mental, emotional, and physical health of students and staff. It can have an impact on learning environment. Our campuses can be seen as unsafe or can have the unsafe campus culture. It can also lead to the impact on transformation and equity goals. I'm talking about the barriers to gender equality and persons or with disabilities. Are we still together, colleagues? I can have lamans. What is our stand on GBV? As Walter Sisulu, what is it? What is our stand on GBV? As Walter Sisulu and University, we condemn all forms of gender-based violence. And as an institution, we recognize that GBV as a grave violation of human rights that undermines the safety, the well-being, and the potential of individuals, especially for women and vulnerable groups. We also understand that GBV compromises the transformative role of education. Therefore, as WSU, as an institution founded on the core values of honesty and integrity, quality and excellence, respect and Ubuntu, we affirm that is our stand, that GBV has no place within our university. GBV does not have a place in our surrounding communities, in our communities, and in our societies at large. Therefore, WSU commits itself to creating or to create and sustain a safe, inclusive, and supportive environment for all its students as well as its stakeholders. WSU GBV policy. Colleagues, you have said it here, we have come here to learn. Our gender-based violence policy at Walter Sisulu has recently been reviewed. We have reviewed our policies just recently. And through this process, we have identified some certain gaps. And then, because of that, work is currently underway to consolidate the valuable inputs provided by different stakeholders of the university. In other words, as we speak, as Walter Sisulu University, we are busy reviewing our GBV policy. But that does not mean that we have folded our arms. We are still waiting for the GBV policy to be completed. However, it is important to emphasize that WC does not only rely on the GBV policy, Ruby. We don't only rely on GBV policy to address the issues of gender-based violence. The institution has developed and continues to implement a range of complementary policies and documents that collectively ensure that GBV has no place within our university communities. To mention but a few, we are having employment equity policy. That is also talking about the issues of GBV. We are having a transformation, we are having a wellness policy. Ne? That is also addressing the issues of GBV. We are also having the transformation policy. That in one way or the other addressing the issues of GBV. We are also having the policy for persons with disability. That also talk about the issues affecting vulnerable groups. We are also having a WSU code of conduct, etc. We are not relying only on the GBV policy. Through these frameworks, WSU strives to build a safe, inclusive, and a supportive environment that upholds human dignity, equality, and respect for all. How do we report the GBV issues at WSU? There are 3 ways of reporting GBV within the university. First one, our entry point, it is the transformation unit that resides within the Transformation and Language Directorate. You can come directly to me. The second one, you can go to the Human Resources Unit or Department. The third one, we are also using a My Safe Space app. My friend over there is going to talk more about it if there are questions concerning it. Yes, and then this app is accessed by all staff members to report incidents of GBV. This is confidential and allows the victims to remain anonymous. It documents incidents, case outcomes, and trends. However, in some cases, I'm sorry I've used that word, this is confidential and allows victims to remain anonymous. If they are anonymous, how are they going to be supported? I'm sure that is what is coming, yes. However, we encourage our victims to give information so that they can be supported. As much as it allows that anonymity, but we allow the victims in how do we minimize or how do we address GBV incidents? As an institution, as WSU, we believe that awareness and trainings are essential components of preventing and responding effectively to GBV within WSU. That is our belief. That is training, awareness campaigns, and trainings, yes, are essential components of preventing and responding effectively to GBV within WSU. These initiatives help to create a safe, a respectful, and inclusive workplace culture. These initiatives, I've already mentioned, we conduct GBV awareness campaigns. We conduct workshops to all staff members and students. We provide or we conduct training for WSU community of practitioners on GBV issues within the university. We also encourage the university community to participate. My English is not English. Yes, we also encourage our university community to participate in biannual GBV COP conferences. So that's how we minimize the incidence of gender of GBV. What kind of support are we providing to the victims of GBV? We also believe as an institution that support and survival mechanisms are important for ensuring the affected individuals receives care, receives protection, and justice they deserve. And on that note, we provide 4 support that I'm going to mention, 4 kinds of support to the victims or to the survivors of the GBV. The first one being the psychosocial support. By psychosocial support, I mean it's a free and confidential counseling, ongoing mental health support, and peer support groups. The lady in front of me, she's the one that is doing that thing across our university. We also provide the legal and disciplinary support that ensure survivors are informed of their legal rights, including options to lay charges. Ensure disciplinary processes are timely, fair, and survivor sensitive. That is another kind of support that we are also providing. The third one is the medical support and referrals. In cases of physical or sexual assault, survivors are referred to internal medical professionals for treatment, HIV post-exposure, prophylaxis, yes, and emergency contraception. And then the last one, we promote gender equity as a prevention. We promote gender equity in leadership by addressing imbalances, especially at the SMS, senior management, and executive levels for women and persons with disabilities. WSU on the vetting of employees, access to sex offenders, registers, and survivor center approaches. After receiving instructions from DHET that universities must now vet all employees who work with students for previous sexual offenses, we have already approached the MIE. MIE is our employment vetting agency. And they have informed us that they have discontinued these services in June 2025. So we've got a problem. Why they have discontinued these services? Because due to the difficulties they experienced with accessing the database or re-register for sex offenders. So because they have discontinued those services, what are we going to do as a university? Are we going to fold our arms looking at the room burning? No. What we have done, we have approached the social development, who informed us that the custodian of the register is the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. Yes, and as I'm speaking with you, the institution is now planning to visit the Provincial Department of Justice to get more guidance and a clear understanding of the process. Further developments will be communicated. I'm sure in our next meeting, we will be telling you another story. Challenges affecting female survivors. I haven't heard you, Ruby. There is something that you are trying to communicate with me. But I'm not going to respond to it right now. The institution has currently recorded, this worries us a lot. Our institution has currently recorded a very low number of reported GBV incidents. However, this does not mean there are no cases within, as many may not be reported. This does not mean all is well. We understand that. The issue of underreported may be, it's an assumption, maybe it's attributed by several factors. These include the stigma that is associated with the issue of GBV, the fear of victimization, and the lack of trust. Are we still together? Practical strategies or interventions used to overcome these challenges. To tackle the challenges that I've just mentioned, we continuously providing education and training to all our students and staff concerning GBV issues. we call workshops. We forge partnerships with different organizations, like the Eastern Cape Liquor Board. Yes, we are working tirelessly to make sure that GBV has no place within our institution. We conduct awareness campaigns and workshops across all our campuses. That's the good slide, the last one. And I'm being told by my team members that with regard to questions, I have to sit down and keep quiet. They are going to take care of you. They will attend you accordingly. Thank you.
Enkosi kakhulu, Tata. So colleagues, Walter Sisulu University has another presentation. So please just note the questions down, hold them, and then after the second presentation, then we will be taking your questions. Thank you.
Okay, then we facilitate allow Q&A.
Okay, so I've just been given permission to continue with the question and answer session as they try to, as they have technical issues. So ladies and gentlemen, from this presentation, we have indicated the interconnection between mental impacts and how it impacts learning. This shows that we need to create a stable institutional culture that stands against gender-based violence to support academics, to support students, and to promote learning. And I mean, at the end of the day, we are here because we want to attain those qualifications. And in order to do that, we need to have sober minds. And in order to have sober minds, we need to be in environments that make us feel comfortable. So I am going to allow a few questions as we try to work on the technical issue, and we are going to have Umem here as our first speaker, and then she'll be our second, my sister. Are you fighting? She'll be our third, fourth. So we are going to have 4 questions. We are going to take only 4 questions, and then afterwards we're going to get straight into the second presentation, and then we'll take questions afterwards. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to learn more about the My Safe Space app because it looks like it's an interesting app, and I'd like to know how it works.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just go straight to the question. Actually, is the app that has been established within the university in order to report different kind of incidents that are happening within the university. And then this app, whenever you log in with your details that are known by you as the individual or as the employee or as the student, they goes directly to where the person who is dealing with the case is. Let's say you need a psychosocial support and then you are a staff member. This means it's gonna go straight to the employee wellness specialist within the university. And then also it tells you like what is the status quo right now of the matter. If you have just to escalate the issue towards the other unit within the university. Immediately when the wellness complete with what he's doing, and then he escalate the matter to the other section who is responsible for that matter. Let's say it need a labor relation or a disciplinary matter, and then you just take that matter to the labor relation, and then only the labor relation officer is the one who's going to access that, and then that is how it works. And then even the survivor, is going to be able to check how is the status quo right now by just looking in with her details or his details. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think right now we'll go to our second question. Please just pass the mic to Mr. so that he can answer the questions. Can I please just see who was the third person that had indicated their hand? Oh, and then you are the last one, okay.
Good day again, colleagues. I wanted to ask if, okay, I've noted, or I'm a bit concerned that the outreach across all institutions is a bit, or it is lagging a bit. I'm not sure how to put it. So my question is, how does your institution, how does WUSU make it known to the student community about the office? Are your outreach campaigns effective, e.g. the My Safe Space app? 2, do you consider socialites or content creators with massive following to raise awareness about gender-based violence? The socialites or the content creators can be from within your student community.
Oh, okay, I would like to respond to that one. We do awareness campaigns, doing the walk-arounds, the campus, and we also do class visits to talk about these issues. We also do res visits. We do have wellness peers. It's a combination of peer helpers and peer educators. They work together after hours when we are home in their residences. They do roundtable dialogues to address these issues. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, as an add-on, we also do a lot of online webinars. There's a news desk where the communique will normally be sent to all registered students if the awareness targets students, or to staff if the awareness targets staff. Most especially HR, they always issue on e-posters, please attend this webinar on a particular date and stuff. However, that is a challenge because students do not like online things. I think that is the challenge that we are really facing, because we want to raise awareness, but we have attendance of 50 students out of 15,000 students from Mtata campus, only 50 and less, and even those who logged in will not participate throughout the session. So the strategies are there, but they are also carrying the challenges. Like, it's not like it's a smooth process or it's a smooth thing. So to get students involved or participating, it's really been a struggle for us as well.
Thank you.
So before I ask my question, I want to first commend the 3 universities that have presented thus far, because I've noted that all 3 of them have integrated services between HIV and GBV. And then I have one question on the psychosocial support. So you mentioned that there's free and confidential counseling, right? So I just want to know, how do you manage backlog? Because I know that a lot of universities, especially in counseling centers, there's a lot of backlog, and then you just end up not going because I'm going to go there, then you're going to be told, okay, come next month or come in September, and I was assaulted today. So how do you manage that? And then also, I just want to make a comment on the challenges that were listed. One of them was stigma and secondary victimization. It's a bit cliche, but I think it's very important that all universities actually continue capacitating nurses and peer educators, workshop them regularly, because sometimes it's not that we experience secondary victimizations from students or from the police. We experience it from the student health officers that we go to. You get to a nurse and they ask you very invasive questions, and so I think regular capacitation of nurses is also important there. And also working with student societies when you run the campaigns that you guys mentioned is very key, because I know peer norm change is key when you're trying to prevent secondary victimization. Then lastly, when the program director was introducing the people that are here, I didn't hear the HIV unit being present, and I think it's very important. Okay, good. Okay, that's good. So yeah, because when we were at IIS, we noted that it's very important to include, to continue integrated services between HIV and GBV, because there are a lot of cases of GBV due to HIV, and these things are mutually inclusive, especially with prevention also. So I think that's also just a note for all the stakeholders that are here. Thank you.
Oh, okay. You want? Okay, let me just respond to the very first one on how do we manage the backlog. It is really a nightmare, the issue of backlog. However, we categorize the cases. For instance, we have emergency cases, if I may say. So there are only 3. So for the student to skip or to jump the line, the issue must be suicidal case, sexual assault. That is so recent, ne? That is so recent. We treat it as emergency. We will attend to it, but if it's something that has taken place maybe months ago, it will take the normal process of securing appointment and stuff. Then the third one is, I said, is sexual assault, suicide, and a psychotic student. So those are the only 3 cases that I can even leave the meeting to attend immediately. So if the case is so sensitive and it doesn't go and be archived there, with cases that are in the backlog.
Okay, colleagues, unfortunately time is not on our side. May I please request that the last person ask the question and then Mem will answer it within her presentation, because judging by the time, it's 20 minutes to 1 now, we should have been on the NMU presentation, and we are yet to get into the second. Are you okay with the question? Are you sure? You can ask it and then she can respond in the presentation. Did you catch that, ma'am? The challenges on reporting and investigation in Walter Sisulu University. Can you please just note it down and say it in your presentation? So, colleagues, without wasting much time, may we please welcome ma'am to come and do the second presentation. Thank you very much. Please just note down the questions and then we'll ask them after.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me just cut straight to the chase. We do not have the liberty of much time. This presentation was prepared by the ambassadors. I think Mr. Stinile did make a disclaimer earlier in the day that we were supposed to be 8 delegates. Unfortunately, they got involved in a car accident and they could not proceed further. However, the presentation was already prepared, so we just cannot leave without sharing what was in their presentation. So I will just quickly go through the slides. There are very few. Okay, these are the ambassadors. We will have WUSU brand ambassadors. So Nicole's response is a brand ambassador for Butterworth campus, Mkwanazi from Tata campus, Mlagalaka for BCC, that is the campus in East London, Mtumni responsible for Komani. So there are 4 in total. It's only the explanation between of GBV, what GBV is. We know, I cannot go through this slide for you. Here are the experiences of students regarding the issue of GBV. It's so often that there's IPV, that is intimate partner violence, or lack of consent. I did raise, I'm not sure whether it was RU or UFH that was presenting Tetange issues up, where there's substance that is involved and the act was not consensual. Girls primping one another, lecturers requesting sexual favor from the students. The challenge with that one is that the students, I think, maybe are not so much empowered, or they really do not want to report. It's only the talks in the corridors. And it's so frustrating even to us as practitioners. Students with disabilities, they get bullied by others. The common incidents is assault, as I've mentioned, physical assault, sexual assault, the cyberbullying or victimization. It's so serious in our universities. The TikTok platforms and stuff is really a nightmare. If I can just say a little bit of an example, I had a student that was assaulted on the way back from visiting her boyfriend, right? So I think their relationship was not in a good standing. So he knew that, in fact, the female student knew that she was not raped because it has to do with the boyfriend, but because it was already late and they had fights, so decided to go back to her own residence. Then that's when she got assaulted sexually. This boyfriend was busy posting that on social media, on TikTok and stuff, mentioning the name, and the student was not coping at all, because nobody wants to share issues, the sexual violence. Even if you want to disclose, you do that when you are ready, not someone doing it on your behalf. Emotional and verbal violence in our institution. Underlying drivers, we think financial vulnerability may be the cause. Honestly speaking, we cannot run away from that. So if you are able to provide for someone, you are in a state of vulnerability, maybe sometimes complying or not reporting. Emotional immaturity. We cannot run away from the fact that the students, maybe the stage of development that they are in, like they are emotionally immature, even their emotional intelligence and stuff. So you're dealing with the case, but there's also a level of immaturity emotionally. Unresolved trauma that we have seen or have picked up. Alcohol and substance abuse, betunana, we really have a problem. Excessive drug and alcohol consumption at WSU. For those who might be familiar with Umtata campus, UNITRA, when they get the NSFAS allowances across the road, because the university just demarcated the spot that they were using, so they just decided to, like they have the room saying yo, but we were working hand in glove with Eastern Cape Liquor Board, raising awareness and all that, like we are trying. It's not like we're watching it from the distance, but I'm just highlighting it as is still a challenge. Toxic masculinity is men, they feel like they can. Challenges affecting female survivors, lose focus in academics. We are saying female survivors, okay, one may ask, but now, how about male counterparts or LGBTIQ plus community? I think now we are not generalizing here. We are talking based on the statistics that are present. So we are not generalizing, honestly speaking. Maybe we haven't done so much work so that we encourage them to report maybe as well. Become self-conscious and lack confident, feel unsafe, they lose trust, they have suicidal thoughts, They have got low self-esteem as well. Strategies and interventions undertaken by brand ambassadors, ne? Interventions which are led by them, because brand ambassadors are the students, for students are very effective as they can reach out to students at all corners of the university. They do so by hosting contact and virtual programs. We speak to GBV, like the online webinars I've mentioned earlier when I was responding to question. In March 2023, they launched GBV champions were launched across all campuses as the key drivers of raising awareness, mitigating the scourge of gender-based violence. In January 2024, we launched the My Safe Space app, libi presentiwe Mr. Mbongo, where students can report GBV cases at any time from the comfort of their residences, lecture rooms by logging into the website or scanning the QR code. When cases are reported to them, they identify them and refer them to the Wellness Directorate, that is for counseling or student affairs. My Safe Space app, this is the QR code that they scan. This was on the day of the launch of My Safe Space app. Process and survivor support mechanism. It's very small font, but it's a screenshot of the process. Where's the case reported? Where does it go? I'm sorry, I cannot even read it myself. Sorry about that. Overall initiatives undertaken at WUSU. Here are the posters of the activities that are taking place at Butterworth Campus, Student Development and Leadership Unit in collaboration with brand ambassadors. They presented a bullying and GBV awareness program under the theme Together We Create a Bully-Free Zone. Then GBV champions, they launched a program that was called Stop Gender-Based Violence to Women, GBV and LGBTIQ+. So we are one of the also brand ambassadors. They recognize the LGBTIQ+. So there was a seminar in September 2024. And the other one, there's ithime kwakuthethwa ngeviolence nayo towards people of different genders. Then in conclusion, creating secure and welcoming learning environment in higher education requires a shift from policy to practice when it comes to gender-based violence. So because we can have these beautiful policies that are in our files collecting dust there and never implement them, it means we are still found wanting. Creating strong policies and aspect of effective communication. In policy, it's meant to hold people accountable. We can do so by prioritizing the incorporation of GBV response mechanisms to gender reform programs. We foster a culture of prevention and zero tolerance of GBV through education and engagement. Let me say this to the audience that we do not have the GBV unit, like this beautiful unit that I saw at Forte, Rhodes University. I hope even the Nelson Mandela, as they are still coming to present, we do not have it. Honestly speaking, I'm from Student Counseling Unit, myself and Mr. Stinile. Sydney is from HR, that is a wellness practitioner. Mr. Mbongo is the manager at the directorate. So you can see, Ubana, we are the components that are responsible for responding to the GBV cases. If it involves the staff, it directly is directed to Sydney. If it involves the students, for me to provide the psychosocial support, then I take it back to the judiciary or to the campus control for the investigation of the case. There's EDC, it goes IRUTI. So that is still like a challenge. So hence I was listening so attentively, because really we need to present it to our principals that, guys, our sister universities are having this program and is fully functioning, and we will not get there up until we make sense to you that we need a GBV. Thank you so much, Vetunana.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, I think there's a bit of common ground on all the presentations that have come thus far. There's just a bit of differences. So right now, please, I am going to allow only 2 questions because we are running out of time. And then since NMU is still going to present, there will be space for more questioning. So he'll be the first and she'll be the last. Those will be our 2 questions for this sessions. And if there are any further questions, like I said, please note them down and then we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Piki Sosiseko. I'm a student in NMU. I think the mandate here at Vision 2030 is about feeling safe from abuse, harassment, bullying, or unfair criticism. I will talk about bullying. I will speak on behalf of students. Here, we encounter students that mock or belittle others. You will see them in shuttle stop or residences. They will gather in groups. When you pass, they will laugh. And people are not AIs. They have real human feelings that get to them and affect them badly mentally, and students resulting doubting themselves and hard to attend classes. And I'm not saying parents must romanticize poverty or glorify poverty. They must give chances that they must go to boarding schools, multiracial schools, but they must make, how it will make you feel as a parent that your child is making someone else can't get out of his room. I will ask that. And this does not also degrading of people's courses. We are not here to live up to people's expectations. Because some people are destined for other dreams. For example, it was the first time for me to hear about our president in politics, that our current president was a woman's beater. And I think it makes sense now why he was quiet about the Xhoxho situation. And we hear teachers in high school that I was supposed to be an accountant, but I'm a teacher, because the calling was loud. And this does not only happen in universities, also in workplaces. Other workers diminish other people's lives and train them, and people end up quitting jobs in this huge unemployment and poverty. Thank you.
Facilitator, can you help me phrase the question that was asked by the gentleman? I think maybe some way it was a comment, but can you just phrase? Even the facilitator can phrase the question if we capture it very well.
I think he spoke a lot about bullying in institutions. What's this, the grading of the courses that other people are doing. So what he's trying to do, I think, is to find measures that are being put intact to make sure that people are respectful towards other people's courses, other people's feelings, and understanding that we are human beings at the end of the day. So he's specifically saying that as much as we're talking about gender-based violence, we must highlight the issue of bullying, as it is also very... You get me?
Okay, thank you so much. But I heard him also mentioning something like how you as a parent would feel if your own child is making other kids at school or other students to lock themselves because of the behavior. What is important is, most especially as a student counseling, we welcome students from orientation, we induct them. We have the responsibility to induct them go university life. How do you actually relate? How do you socialize with other people from different backgrounds? We cannot go and tap now to the principles that are instilled back at home. You should, like when you get to the university, we believe that you are this principled person, that your parents have played like a crucial role in raising you so well that when you get to university or to other social spaces, you are able to live with other students. So that may not be necessarily our role, but the duty of the parent back at home who was actually rearing this man or this woman to go and live with other students there.
The issue of places, and you did mean, you sort of, you alluded to that in terms of financial vulnerability and then being supported by people, you know. What maybe just, I would like to know from Walter Sisulu University, what have you done to create more awareness about the exploitation, the sexual exploitation of our female students, and it does seem to also affect male students, because I think that it is a scourge that is, it's almost like it's normalized within society, but it has damaged, and the extent of the damage that it is embedding within our youth is, I think we've got no idea of the future repercussions of what is happening currently around the exploitation of, like, it's the sexual exploitation by financially abled individuals of vulnerable students. Thanks.
Oh, okay. They will also help me to respond to you, Dr. Ruby. We have established a partnership with NPA, that is the National Prosecuting Authority. We have a very good partnership with NPA. NPA helps us with workshops, trainings of students, more especially to the Sexual Offences Act and related matters. They go so deep or intensive to the act. Maybe it's a training that takes about 3 to 4 days, where the prosecutors will take the students through the act so that they can understand the elements within the act that we normally overlook as the community, that this thing, by the way, is not supposed to be happening. If you're experiencing this thing, you must pick it up that you are a victim now, and you are gradually becoming a victim. Some of the sexual assaults or exploitations do not have to be forceful. That is something that students are not aware of. Ubana, it doesn't have to be forceful. It has taken place and it was not supposed to. There are certain things that you do consent to. Maybe I can give a consent to go and visit you in your res. So by merely visiting my male student doesn't mean that I've actually given a consent to sexual intercourse. So when the male students argue, they say, because what were you thinking if you're visiting me in my res? Honestly speaking, I think in terms of thinking and reasoning between between, let me say, males and females, please allow me to use those terms. It's so much different. It's so much different. So, we fall into traps, or the students or the females, they fall into traps knowing or thinking that, no, this thing is just being honest act for me to be invited over to the residents. So the NPA is really helping, even empowering us and the students, so that we can have a vast awareness. Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll be taking our last question from the lady there.
All right, thank you. Greetings to everyone. I hope everyone is well. Where do I start? Initially, my question was for roads, but I can see that it's overlapping. I was hoping that I was going to wait for Dr. Ruby to first do her presentation, so that I speak also in our context. But Rhodes University spoke about having, I'm not sure what the word they use, but they also mix them with the House Committee to train them. And I also realized with WSU, WUSU, they have 4 brand ambassadors. Now, I think we also have peer helpers in the university. But now, I think the issue starts when now we put these people into practicality within our residences. Because I think we have issues in our residences where a sexual assault incident happened. There's mishandling of the first responders, you know? People in residences, the victim blaming that happens because it was written in a fan group of the res where someone wrote a confession, you know. We also have the social media confession pages we see where someone writes a story and our first respondents most of the times would believe that it's student leaders. And my worry is that I think with the presentations, the people that are elected to be brand ambassadors are trained with leaders, but I did not get it properly if they are also trained for the GBV and to be first responders, especially Housecom and RSAs. So I think that in our brainstorming session, we can try and incorporate that because I think each and every res should have a trained, proper trained first responder because most of the times we don't have cases that are reported. Like last year, there was an incident that was very unfortunate that a student did report to an RSA, but an RSA misled the student to a point that it was never reported formally because the RSA was protecting the perpetrator. So now, even the way it came out, you know, we couldn't even offer support because now people are saying, Uzba Uyolanda was done this, you see. So now there's also no privacy and safe space for the person that has gone through this tragic experience because now even students are not sensitized properly into how they should treat such issues. People were coming from a point of love and a point of supporting her, but without us realizing that we're putting her in a space of being victim blamed by everyone else. So I think in our brainstorming sessions, we should have that part where each and every resident should have a first responder who's responding to that. Forte also spoke about safeguarding. I think they used the word safeguarding, which I like that because I think in something that can be taken and can discuss more in brainstorming sessions for all universities to adopt that all residences must have safeguarding policies for each and every especially accredited residences, where the landlords and people that own residences must have the responsibility to be sensitized and have leaders that are sensitized about GBV and have a responsibility of being held accountable in how they treat GBV cases that happen within their residences. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mama. So thank you very much for that beautiful point. Ms. Twinsie has noted it down and she will include it in the brainstorming session. So I think the issue of morality, going back to you, Budi, is that institutions have different values and visions and missions that they integrate in order to prevent certain things from happening. Hence, we are now introducing institutional culture in different universities. This is so that we deal with different issues and we understand how to go about certain things because other things as the institution, we, and I include myself because I form part of this institution as a student also, we are still trying to adapt to them. We are still learning how they are going about because other things are new to us. Yes, there has always been gender-based violence, but it has been hidden culturally. And the issue of morality is very important because we cannot run away from the fact that we are Africans, and as Africans, we come from different houses that stands for different things. And we will show that and carry it within our behaviors. If you come from a family where abuse is the way to solve issues, it'll show in your behavior and your attitude. And there's nothing as hard to change as behavior, right? But then we learn as we grow. We cannot really put the full responsibility on the university to change people's behaviors. The normal age for coming to university is 17 or 18, and you have learned this behavior for the past 18 years, and you come into the institution. It will not be a one-year project to say, okay, today this person has changed, they understand what this is, they understand their wrongs. Hence, we continue having perpetrators that do not even realize that they are in fact victimizing other people. Okay. Moving forward, I would like to call on Nelson Mandela University to come and conclude. I think they'll just take in everything all at once, and then we'll have quick answer, question and answer session, and then straight into lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will really try. So, how do I access my one? Okay, sorry. How do I access my one? So my presentation is really going to be an overview, but as I go through the presentation, I will also highlight, I'm Londi, I will also highlight the challenges associated with the different elements that we are involved in. Earlier on there was a question about content creators. Yeah, so he's our content creator. I'm sure you might recognize him. So very proud of him. So I'm just waiting for, I'm talking like so just in terms of why is this not advancing? I'm using, okay, so I need to use the enter. So our office is situated within the engagement and transformation portfolio as part of a very unique portfolio within the sector, because we have not encountered anywhere else in the higher education sector where engagement and transformation has been combined. And the idea behind that was that as we are engaging both internally and externally, that processes, that relationality needs to filter into the institution and affect an impact on the curricula, on the research, and just the transformation of our core function as a university. So that was the rationale. That was put very simply, to be quite honest. So the blue, the three blue blocks is our permanent personnel. Thank you, it is a yo, right? So it's myself, it's Tantazwa, and then our investigator, right? Then, by the way, we've got a fantastic administrator. Janine, can you please stand up, because we did forget to mention her, but she has basically pulled all of this together. So the organization, and together with Yulita, but she is basically supporting our office. So that is currently unfunded. So the post is there, but it's unfunded. Now, everything else in yellow is it's posts that have been created, but it is strategic funding, right, which is applied for on an annual basis. So annually, and we're not necessarily guaranteed, annually there's an application that goes in, and we then get funding, and we can then appoint people again. Okay, so that, I'm not going to go into detail there. By the way, all of the presentations will be forwarded to everybody, okay, that would be interested in, and especially our colleagues from the other institutions. Similar, I think, who was it now? Who was it? I think it was not Fort Hare, no, yeah, it was Fort Hare, where the main emphasis was on policy formulation, right? But it wasn't only policy formulation, we also oversee the transformation, the integrated or institutional transformation plan. So that is also another aspect that we deal with. So policy development and training, monitoring and reporting in terms of the ITP, which is the institutional transformation plan. Then obviously to promote inclusivity or an inclusive institutional culture, we would have the advocacy and awareness. And then one thing that does sit within our office as well is the equality complaints. So I'll go into a little bit more detail later on regarding that, because I think the interest is definitely there. So I'm going to skip over quite a bit now so that we get to it. So just in terms of reporting, so the institution is now on its second 5-year institutional transformation plan, and there are different reports that are submitted to DHET as an annexure to the annual report. This is a statutory requirement for each institution to submit an annual report, of which there is a section that we need to report on transformation, but also each institution is required to have a transformation plan. And so we have to report on that, and that is where our reporting would come in. Then, in terms of our policies, very similar as well. So we've got an overarching integrated policy for the promotion of equality and prevention of and protection against unfair discrimination. So that covers unfair discrimination in terms of the listed grounds. Then we've got, similar to the other institutions as well, we've got a policy on sexual harassment and offenses, which covers both staff and students, okay? And then gender equality, it's important because it happens on both staff and student side. And then we decided to focus on specific types of discriminations like racial discrimination. This is still very prevalent within the university spaces as well. And so that needs to be advanced. We have developed a safeguarding policy, and we are busy, hopefully by the end of the year, council will approve it, so it's busy going through the consultation process, and then also a policy for inclusive gender identities, expressions, as well as sexual orientation. So that is addressing inclusivity within the institution based on administrative processes, your infrastructure, sporting codes, what else? Yeah, it's essentially looking at different ways in which the persons who belongs to the LGBTI community have been excluded, and how they can then be included in a much more intentional way. So, yeah, these are just, and I'm going to skip over this very quickly so that I can get to the complaints process. So there are currently 5 programs, right? The Equality Promotion Social Inclusion that focuses on unfair discrimination, including bullying, including unconscious bias, and so on. Then Mameza, which is the anti-gender-based violence campaign. And linked to that would be the Singa Madoda, redefining positive masculinity. We decided to have this male program to address toxic masculinity. And unfortunately, we are experiencing, okay, maybe firstly, there are other entities that are also have, by the way, after we started our program, they also developed some programs to advance positive masculinity, but also male programs that would deal with the softer issues associated, like male growth and so on, in different spheres. I know also at the last student council, Student Services Council, it was mentioned that Mtonjeni, which is our counseling services, they're also planning Amajita, which is also going to be a male program. So what we are planning on doing is getting all the stakeholders that are dealing with the male programming, and we're going to try and integrate it so that it's more impactful, okay? What we have picked up, and I want to speak to the challenge of complicit masculinity as well, because as much as at your director's level, there is agreement on the necessity and the utility of a male program, at your implementation level, there is a difference in terms of, I don't know if one could say philosophical approach, political approach, But there was definitely an issue around integration. So, and that's why I think it will be important to really bring all stakeholders involved. And it was really not pleasant because you basically feel like you're being stonewalled when you're wanting to go into spaces. And then obviously Mandela Pride. And then we've got this, people that have been working on gender-based violence complaints mentioned mediation. But there was also, and I'm glad that this came up, about the bullying that is happening within our spaces, the conflicts that are arising. And so through the case management, we have picked up the need for a peace building. We'd like to call it peace building. It's an alternative dispute resolution program where we are wanting to build the capacity among students and staff, because there's a lot of conflict in the staff environment as well, to capacitate, that was funny, to capacitate maybe student leaders to mediate spaces, because sometimes the type of intervention fuels the disagreement where there isn't impartiality. Right? What you mentioned earlier on about the RSA that tried to squash it, that person should be taken to task, because that's not, that is really contrary to the provisions of our policy. And we do have that as a scenario where if there's anybody that tends to suppress complaints, they need to be disciplined, because that is not what we want. We actually want it to be a safe space for people to vocalize. So I'm not going to go through all of this. So our complaints mechanism, what we have made available, right? And this is part of the advocacy work that is done, is to create awareness as to where people can access avenues, right, to complain. Because you're going to have somebody that you confide in, they must know where they can direct you to. It could be a fellow student, it could be a lecturer, it could be reporting to protection services, or the res manager for that matter. They must all be capacitated and know where to go to. So essentially, what we have in place, so on the staff portal and the students portal, under emergencies, that triangle there, that information is available. So that is one area where they can click on and they will know where to report. We've also got again, on the staff and student portals, we've got the institutional anti-gender-based violence page, and we've got the reporting page. So they can click on that and get into reporting on incidents. So the reporting, earlier on, you could have somebody that identifies as a reporter, right? So this person might have witnessed it and not be directly affected, right? It could be the complainant that reports it, and then it initiates, but through the clicking of the submit button, myself, I will get an email. The case coordinator will get an email as well as the administrator would get an email. And within a 24-hour period, that usually within that day, they would get a response from the case coordinator to set up a meeting. If it is a rape incident, then protection services usually would be called in so that they can transport the person to the closest police station, after which they go to Zela Care Center. Mtonjeni would come into play if the need arises, but we do have our own gender-based violence counselor that would then step in. With regards to the respondent, right? The respondent will not be provided with psychosocial support by our office. because our approach is that we support the complainant, and if the respondent is a student, then they would be referred to Mthonjeni, which is student counseling. So we do not, that issue that you raised about them coming into the same environment, we try to alleviate that. Also, the issue around first responders. So we fortunately have ULITA provides that training. We had somebody develop a short learning program that will train up individuals. So we have put the protection services through their training, the res managers through their training, all the ones that would interface with students. Where's Yulita? I'm not sure if we had done first responder training with your student leaders or house committee members, but it is definitely noted what you had requested. Yeah, we didn't, because we always thought of the staff as first responders, but I think it needs to be addressed because, like you said, the RSA was the first person that responded to the incident. So this is something that we've already got, and we can provide such training as well. Also, so you've got the support that is provided, right? We've got a very special program. It's called the Alumni in Action Program. So this is something that is donor funded. It emanated from UCT. They've also had the program where 8 free sessions with a psychologist is provided to a gender-based violence survivor, a student who does not have access to medical aid, right? So this is provided. We usually reserve that for students who have underlying mental illnesses. So we've got a counselor that's in our office that will provide counseling, but that specific one, if the need arises, the student will be referred to that. I just want to go through the process. So, as I said, the complaints are dealt with within our office. Sometimes we have students lodging complaints, but when the case coordinator tries to contact them, no response. And this is a significant challenge, and we're trying to ascertain why it is that they are not responding. Because if they are affected by an incident, we are there to support. So why is it that they are not responding to us so that we can make available the support? So that is a challenge that we do have within the system. What we also encourage, so we make available support, but you must report first. You cannot not report and expect support. We need to have the stats available, and if at any stage you have a challenge in terms of academics, you can come to our office and we will issue with a letter to say that you had reported the case and this is how many sessions you had actually attended in terms of counseling. So it can help you with your appeals process as well, should there be a possibility of exclusion. So we do have that in place. We will not have the system abused though, okay? So if you had reported it and an appointment was made for counseling and you didn't attend, it will be stated there that you did not attend the counseling despite having made an appointment. So that is just, we have to safeguard ourselves as far as that is concerned. So the other issue that came up earlier on was around, like you said, complicated cases where it would be maybe a staff member that is now studying and so forth, so that role confusion. So in cases where there are different avenues via which cases can be initiated. So we've got the ombud, so an ombud report that might be via your whistleblowing avenue, where there would be a disclosure made. We've got protected disclosures as well. We've got reports. So there might be somewhere in university documentation that a matter had been reported, but it hadn't been directly reported to our office. We can utilize that to initiate an investigation as well. So our policy has different mechanisms or ways in which we can initiate. It doesn't have to be a direct report to our office. There can be referrals as well. Then once you have a situation, as an example, a student might bring up academic-related issues, race-related issues, and so on, where it's very complex, it's very mixed up, including your equality-related. What we then do, we have in place, and this is also to safeguard our office, that we don't decide whose complaint is valid, whose is not. The DVC ETP, with a legal person, so it could either be the Senior Director, Legal Services, it could also include the ER person and an external legal expert. We would get together, the case will be discussed, and then it would be decided as a collective who will do what aspect of the investigation. So if it's not linked to equality related, we don't get involved. And only the equality related aspect would be referred to our office. So there is a way in which we are mitigating the risk of overstepping our mandate, right? So that is a sort of a step that we've put in place to just refine and unpack what the complexity of the report, of the complaint is. Once the complaint has been processed, it then gets referred to the investigator, who will then investigate the case. We have also capacity that is outside the institution. So we do have external investigators, but we utilize, we've got two, the senior investigator and then the junior investigator. Following that, the investigation report is submitted to our office. There is another step which is different to yours. We've got an inquiry panel. So the inquiry panel consists of the following: an external chairperson. So this person has got nothing to do with the university. They are positioned externally and they've got legal qualifications, right? So an external chairperson. Then we've got an expert, and we usually draw that expert from the Faculty of Law. So if it is discrimination related, then it is a discrimination expert. If it is GBV related, is a GBV expert, right? And then we've got risk and ethics advisory to serve only. So if there's anything that needs to be escalated as a risk, they are there and they can then escalate it. Okay, so risk and ethics advisory is part of that. So it's the chairperson, the expert, risk advisory. If it's student related, an SRC representative, right? If it's staff related, then the Manco portfolio has to nominate somebody that is unrelated to that case to serve on the panel. And then I am there as advisory. I do not participate in the deliberations. Mine is to direct them to the policy provisions. So if they go offline, off at a tangent, I can then indicate what the policy indicates, and what needs to happen, what precedents had been set in previous rulings that we need to just keep in mind. This is what happened in that case. We cannot now deviate. Another thing that has come up is that in the investigation, as the investigator investigates the GBV-related matter, there might be other aspects that comes up that is not equality-related, right? So sometimes it might be policy, sometimes it might be behavior within RESs, It might be like what we're finding is that the external service providers are really problematic. The NSFAS, we can't access them the way that we would access our on-campus residence managers where we provide training. So they do their own thing, and that is not aligned with policy. We've had a number of cases where, I'll give you an example. There was some where emeritus professors were really overstepping their mandate. And so that was a finding. It's not equality related, but it was a finding. It's not a sanction. We don't say that they are guilty. We are saying that there's a prima facie case that has been established, that there was wrongdoing, there was misconduct in relation to our policy or any of the other policy, institutional policies that's in place. And we refer it to the relevant MANCO portfolio to deal with. Okay? So we don't say you are guilty. We don't say that this is your sanction. What we do say is that there isn't a prima facie case or there is a prima facie case. And if there is a prima facie case, it gets referred to legal services if it is student-related, and to ER office if it's staff-related. And by the way, after that, there's another report. So the inquiry panel report, together with the investigation report, we have a briefing then with the relevant officers. So we refer to Legal Services Office, we refer to ER Office, and any of the MANCO portfolios, and we have a discussion. Because the MANCO portfolios can, as well as legal services, they can object to the finding. And so then they have to put that in writing, and that gets taken back to the inquiry panel. Okay? So once there's acceptance of it, then the process goes according to the student disciplinary code and the staff disciplinary code. What I found interesting when you said that, and there still needs to be massive alignment between the disciplinary codes, because it does appear in there in terms of discrimination and gender-based violence. The appeal process can be both by the complainant as well as the respondent. Ours is currently only open to the respondent. And I think in many institutions, usually it's to appeal the sanction or the finding, you know, whether they've been found guilty or not. That I really think should be incorporated, because sometimes the complainant is not happy with with the outcome, and they've got no recourse at all. I'm just trying to think now what else. The challenges is in terms of the time frame that it takes. So both within the legal services, that is a challenge, and we've had discussions as to why. It seems as if students also use delay tactics. You know, it's the session gets scheduled, and then at the hearing, there would be maybe I need a legal representative, or the witnesses aren't available, or something. That is what we've been told. So don't shoot the messenger. But you know, so there are significant delays. But I hope that we can bring that, I won't say in-house, but in another tribunal setup where that will only focus on equality-related complaints and not deal with it as part of the full complement of disciplinaries that's associated with students and also with HR, because that is another challenge as well. What we have found is that staff resigns. So I was interested to hear you continue with the disciplinary, you know, in the absence of the person. That was interesting, and I will definitely take that up with our institution, because the representation there, how does that, because the person is no longer an employee. And you find that they go elsewhere, and nobody knows about what had actually happened. So I think that is a fantastic thing. I think that is it from me. I'm trying to cover all the other stuff that come up. Yeah, I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lievendal. So right now, colleagues, I think we'll just take 2 questions and then that's it. And then we will proceed to lunch. If there are any questions, okay, that's the first question. Also, I think that as a student, what is being highlighted today is that support overpowers fear, right? Support overpowers fear. I mean, also judging by the case of Ukwekwe, most people or most victims came out after the report and seeing that people are supporting Ukwekwe. So that brings about comfort. I'm sorry, sir, can I please give new hands? I know you've asked a question, so I'll just give Lehonolo and...
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lehlohonolo Molahle, and I'm a third-year social work student and also from the engagement office. I think my question was to underline the issue of first responders course. So on our side, it was, you later linked it to one of our modules that we do on our third year, and of which I found it interesting. I think that's a beautiful approach to begin with. So I wanted to know, how far is the extent at which the first response program is being introduced also similar to the way it's been linked to our module? Couldn't it also be, is it also linked to other faculties, like for example, engineering?
Education, we try.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yes. So you've got Prof. Goliath to thank for that. She was, she was instrumental in identifying that as a need within the third year. So yeah, I mean, I forgot to mention that. So, but thanks for mentioning it. So our third year social work students, social development profession students, they have got an assignment where we have this first responder training online, and so they have to do it as part of an assignment. So thank you for mentioning that. I have spoken to the Dean of Education. She's also interested in that, and I actually believe that health sciences also needs that as part of their training. But that is all discussions. It needs to be integrated, you know, as an assignment. You know, it's not difficult. I'm sure the actual in-person training is a lot more intense. You know, it's not what you are experiencing online. It's much more intense. It's over a 2-day period, and it actually also deals with emergency protocols that needs to be put in place. We just finished training at George campus, and there was gaps that was identified there, so we are going to follow up with that with the different stakeholders. So to hear, you know, it is about knowing where to go, what to do, who to contact as part of your response, and that is what we're trying to embed. Who else was there? Okay, yes.
Hi, morning, colleagues. I'd just like to ask about cyberbullying online, you know, especially if the person doing the cyberbullying is unknown or is using a fake account. What kind of resources and mechanisms do you apply to those situations?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I absolutely hear you. Those cases remain open. They are investigated. The problem that we have is that we need a court order to access or the service provider, whoever the number is associated with, so that we can know who that number belongs to. And that is a very expensive process. So we basically try and provide, well, we do provide support to the individual. It gets tabled. All of our cases has to be investigated. So that goes to the panel, but it's kept open. If there's any further information that comes forward, then it will obviously serve again. But unfortunately, the expense associated with those type of unknown numbers, it is a huge issue. And you usually find it happening at the beginning of the year, where people get placed on WhatsApp groups. You know, there's a WhatsApp administrator, a whole lot of people, like it's usually associated either with a res or a course. And then you get these lewd calls coming through by individuals. And you get the cyberbullying happening in that space. We are having a huge problem, you know, off campus. When was it? Two days ago. So the NPA, there's a rapid response task team dealing with trafficking in persons. And there was a representative from the FCS there. They deal specifically with domestic violence, gender-based violence, and so on. They raised the issue with us that off-campus reses are having a significant increase in sexual assault and rape. I could have told him that, actually I raised it as an agenda item because the criminality around our off-campus residences, but also the issue of alcohol abuse. And it is quite interesting to hear that the Eastern Cape Liquor Board is active, and they are, because they've got ambassadors across the different institutions. But I really think that there needs to be, we don't have an alcohol policy in place, right? But there needs to be some intervention, because socializing, you know, what is on social media, it's cool to drink. You know, that is the picture or the message that is sent out there. Recently, was it last week? We had somebody that started drinking alcohol this year. She went from her room to a friend's room, and from there off campus. She can't remember how she got to the off-campus place. She blacked out. The next day, she woke up half naked. She was then informed that somebody had taken advantage of her, 2 persons. And now, she's pregnant. Do you understand? Okay, I'm being shown time. So this is, it's not uncommon. And honestly, people, it's not just females that's pumping each other out. You find that in the male friends are pumping out their female friends as well. It's not just females, okay? Yes? Yes, Fresh 70,
Which has alcohol, has these celebrities, and the first thing that students want to do is get involved, especially first years. Imagine introducing first-year students that have maybe never been socialized to alcohol, and that's the first event that you guys do. Why don't you do a fun fair? Why don't you do a bouncy or something like that? Splash event, yeah, so I think that's the problem with alcohol. We cannot, I think, alcohol policy, it will not, I'm not saying it will not work, but it's a very tricky thing to try and maneuver in a university space. But campaigns around reducing alcohol, I think, would be a way to start.
So a more active student life environment. Oh, yes, sorry. He's standing between lunch and... So I'm going to try and answer your question very quickly.
I want to ask the facilitator. She said, in university you get in the age of 17 to 18. Facilitator, the way I see being invalidated, because the way I understand this, there is constructive criticism and brutal criticism. Why you must take it lightly when there are people committing suicide? I think you saw the guy from DUT. May his soul continue to rest in peace. and we say Wusu is the best uni. People are normalizing bullying. Why we have a right to say that I cannot amount to anything in life? In terms of constructive criticism, you have a right to bully someone about laziness, and we have a right to bully someone about using AI. But projecting is wrong, because I think many people ate in humble pie when ACPS was recruiting. People were saying that because of you were doing a higher certificate in criminal justice, I think they have higher chances to get into employment right now. Also, the thing of greeting, we have normalized it. I think you can change someone's life for just saying greeting or say hi. I think you can change someone's life by just saying hi to people, I think.
So, being humanizing, no reflection on you. It's just about being humanizing in our approach to others, okay? There's enough. I think we've got a history of othering. Can we just live together, identifying the dignity in each person and respecting that? We're not all going to sing from the same hymn, but you don't have to other somebody if you differ from them. And so that Ubuntu, that philosophy of Ubuntu, how are we embedding it in the way that we are, our way of being? I think I'm going to stop there. There's food outside. So if we can be back by 2:15, okay? So it gives us a 25-minute lunch, which I think should be sufficient, I hope. Okay? So 2:15.
Welcome back, colleagues. May I please request again that everyone that's outside, they come in and we continue. May I please request that everyone that's outside, they come in and then we continue with our session. And can we please just settle down? Okay. Okay, I think I'm just going to allow a minute for everyone to settle in, and then at 21 minutes past, we are starting. 21 minutes past 2, we are starting, which is now. Yeah, I take it that everyone has settled in, or they've tried to settle in right now. Another reminder, colleagues, again, may I please request that everyone put their phones on silent. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are continuing with our session. The topic is still the same, everything is still the same. So far we have gotten presentations from all the institutions, the 4 institutions that are collaborating today. Walter Sisulu University, Rhodes, University of Fort Hare, and Nelson Mandela University. Are we back, colleagues? Are we here? I know after lunch I want to sleep, but are we here? No, it's not a maths period. I know maths period after lunch is not it. This one we're just talking and we're still brainstorming. Everyone is still here. It's still a social inclusive session. Are we back, colleagues? Are we back, colleagues? Are we back and ready? I want the energy because at some point I feel like we lost energy. Okay, I'm calling energy because now, I'm stating energy because now I'm going to call a politician. So we need energy to listen. We need energy to listen. Okay, without any further ado, so there has been changes on the program. I'm going to go straight into calling Mr. Jeffrey Maswangai. He is a student at Nelson Mandela University. He is also an SRC representative, and he will be presenting Charter of Commitment Against GBV and Toxic Masculinity. And the fact that we are getting this talk from a male perspective makes it even better. And also a student at that, it shows just how much we are working on developing and becoming, future leaders, right? Can we please put our hands together for Mr. Jeffrey? As he's making his way here, may I please make everyone aware that this was not added in Mlondi, I'm bragging, right? So NMU, we have a volunteer group for transformation office, and currently there are 296 members. So the reason we have the group is to encourage participation, because these sessions are here for students, and without the students attending, there is no need to have these sessions, right? They are student-driven, and yeah, it's to allow consciousness on our institutional culture so that the students know how to behave and how to maneuver within their institution. Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey.
Thank you very much. Program Director, Dr. Ruby N. Levendal, distinguished delegates from UFH, Rhodes, and WUSU, and Mandela University, comrades and colleagues and fellow students of Nelson Mandela University present here today. Good afternoon. It is with deep humility and profound sense of responsibility that I stand before you today to present a document that grew from an idea into a call to action. A charter that challenges us to confront one of the most brutal and enduring injustices of our time: gender-based violence and toxic masculinity. This charter did not come from an office or any policy desk. It began as something personal, a reflection, a conviction, an oath I wrote alone in response to the violence, silence, and complicity that surrounds us. One of my favorite African scholars, Dr. Marimba Ani, reminds us that there is no such a thing as a neutral culture. There's no such a thing as a neutral culture. You either resisting oppression or perpetuating it. Before I reached the early stage where I had a meaningful engagement with Professor Babala Makotwana, I must acknowledge something important. If it had not been for the Center for Women and Gender Studies and the exposure it has given me to the lived struggles of women under systematic patriarchy, I don't believe the idea for this charter would have even crossed my mind. Through the center's work, I came to internalize the reality that women, especially African women, are in a deeply, profoundly, and overwhelming disadvantaged position because of the patriarchal system we live in, a system that is maintained, normalized, and perpetuated by us men, often without question. This realization was not academic, it was transformative to me. It made clear to me that the fight against GBV is not just about changing laws or punishing individuals, it is about dismantling a deeply rooted system that has been there for centuries. It was during this awakening that I had a meaningful engagement with Professor Babola Makotwana, who encouraged me to elevate this personal idea into a collective, from an oath to a charter. She saw in it a potential that which is not only just a personal accountability, but for institutional transformation. I took the advice to heart. After much reworking of the charter, of the oath, I presented the charter to the Office of Transformation in the university under the leadership of Dr. Rupi N. Levendal. Dr. Levendal welcomed it with open arms, but more than that, she walked the journey with me in sharpening the charter. She offered guidance that helped align the charter with the university's own statement of commitment into inclusive institutional culture, ensuring that this document became more than just a student voice, but it became part of the university's transformation framework. For that, I would like to sincerely thank Dr. Levendal for this. This charter is not a symbolic gesture. It is a challenge for us all. It challenges us as students, as staff, especially us as men, to confront our complicity. It challenges the culture of toxic masculinity that turns power into violence. It challenges the silences and the excuses and the jokes that sustain abuse. It challenges us to act not out of fear, not out of guilt, but out of love, out of justice, and out of a deep moral obligation to build a society where no one suffers because of their gender. Recently on TikTok, I met a doctor from, I think, Egypt. Yeah, I think she's a psychiatrist, yes. Dr. Nawal El-Sadawi, one of the fiercest feminist revolutionaries born in Egypt. She, in this particular video that I liked, she says that women are oppressed not only by individual men, but by laws, institutions, customs, and ideologies. This charter does not just speak to the violent acts, but to the system in itself, a system that conditions men to dominate, reward silence, and punishes dissent. A system that hides behind tradition, respectability, and even progressive language while maintaining the same structures of inequality. We must reject the comfort of silence, the illusion of neutrality, and the safety of avoidance, because silence is complicit and silence is betrayal. This charter is built on values of dignity, inclusion, accountability, and Ubuntu. It affirms that the struggles of women must be heard and the objectives of feminism must be realized. It declares that there can be no liberation of any people anywhere in the world without the liberation of women. I'm a Pan-Africanist. I belong in a Pan-Africanist organization. The organization itself is existing to bring about total liberation of Africa and African people, not only in the African continent, but worldwide. That ideology in itself can never reach the final objective without the liberation of women, and women being able to be allowed to take their space and be leaders in their own right, which they are. Then one of the leaders in the African continent called Thomas Sankara reminds us that the revolution and women's liberation go together. We must not talk of women's emancipation or liberation as an act of charity just to look good. It is a basic necessity for the revolution to triumph. We can never be liberated if women are in constant suppression and domination. The charter that I will present today is not only a commitment to nonviolence, it is a commitment to transformation, it is a political and a cultural intervention, it is a tool of resistance and healing. Let this charter not die as a once-off event, let it be a living document, one that guides us, one that guides our policies and shapes our culture and inspires conversations and, most importantly, informs our actions, our daily actions. Let it travel from this room into lecture halls, residences, homes, public spaces. Let it empower survivors. Let it educate the ignorant. Let it disrupt the silence. May it grow within this university and across other regional institutions and into society at large. Let us work together to build a future where no one lives in fear because of their gender, a future where healing is possible, a future where accountability is non-negotiable, a future where solidarity becomes action. Let us not be afraid to move. Let us rise in triumph. Let us love, let us protect, let us transform, let us stand for the liberation of women and the fight against toxic masculinity. I thank you. So I believe that everyone has a copy with them of the charter. So the charter is very much, yes, I think it's about 2 pages. No? Yeah, it's about 2 pages. Yeah. So the charter is a commitment against gender-based violence and toxic masculinity. The preamble reads as follows: we, the undersigned, as individuals of conscience and conviction, particularly men, recognize the devastating and persistent impact of gender-based violence and toxic masculinity, especially against women and children in our society and learning environments. We affirm that GBV is not only a violation of a fundamental human rights, but also a direct contradiction to the very essence of who we are and what we stand for as a university community. In alignment with the vision of Nelson Mandela University to be a dynamic African university recognized for its leadership in generating innovative knowledge for sustainable future, we commit ourselves to contributing to a future free from violence, fear, and inequality. Guided by the mission to offer a diverse range of life-changing educational experiences, for a better world, we acknowledge that the safety, dignity, and justice are prerequisites for transformative learning and a holistic development. Gender justice is central to building that better world. This charter is deeply rooted into the values that define our collective identity: respect for diversity, excellence, social justice and equality, ubuntu, integrity, and sustainable stewardship. In addition, we affirm the university's statement of commitment into an inclusive institutional culture. We recognize that Nelson Mandela University is both a contested and a generative space that must be free from all forms of bias, prejudice, discrimination, harmful conduct, and we also commit ourselves to nurturing a culture of open-mindedness, compassion, and inclusion grounded in democratic values and fundamental human rights. Now, the principles and commitments of the Charter are as follows. 1, rejection of gender-based violence. We categorically reject and condemn all forms of GBV, physical, emotional, sexual, economic, psychological, in all spaces and forms, including speech, action, and silence. 2, accountability and transformation. We accept the responsibility to challenge and dismantle toxic masculinity, male entitlement, patriarchal norms. We commit to the critical self-reflection, transformation, and accountability. 3, zero tolerance for complicity. We reject the complicity in GBV in all its forms, including passive observation, jokes, denial, or peer pressure. Silence is violence. 4, advocacy for equity, inclusion, and diversity. Informed by the university's inclusive culture framework, we affirm gender equity in leadership, domestic life, society. We work to build affirming co-creative spaces for all identities across gender, sexual orientation, race, class, and disability. 5, support for survivors. We stand with survivors of GBV. We commit to believing, listening to, and advocating for their justice and healing. 6, education and unlearning. We undertake a lifelong journey of learning and unlearning harmful ideologies related to patriarchy, privilege, and oppression. This includes participating in educational programs and engagements that foster awareness, empathy, and inclusive practices. 7, love, care, and protection. We choose to love over violence. We choose compassion over cruelty. And we choose protection over dominance. We recognize the true strength lies in empathy and shared responsibility. 8, responsible masculinity. We redefine masculinity through the lens of conscious equity and social justice, affirming vulnerability, accountability, and care as core strength. 9, collective healing and institutional action. We support the development of effective reporting mechanisms, institutional policies, and responsive services to address all forms of gender-based harm. Our commitment is both personal and structural, driven by action, not performance. This charter is more than a declaration. It is a moral and institutional imperative. We commit to living these values, fostering a campus and a society where no one suffers due to their gender, identity, and/or expression. We stand in pursuit of healing, justice, and transformation. We love, we protect, we transform, we stand. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. I think I have noted the most important thing that he said, which is dismantling a deeply rooted system. This fosters introspection and accountability, meaning that it's all about, it starts from within. It starts from within, it starts with me, it starts with you, it starts with I, before you can point a finger at another person. Okay, going forward, I would like to call upon Ms. Tunzi for the discussion and inputs, mapping a way forward, and she will incorporate it with brainstorming session, talking about the challenges, the best practices, and the exchange. Thank you.
Thank you again, Phumzile. Colleagues, when Jeffrey developed this charter, we got really, really excited. Hence, it is here. And what excited us more was the fact that it came from student leadership. They wanted to participate, they wanted to have a voice, and they've put on their voice. So as we were preparing for this day, we had drafted a program, and we had tried to meet our heads and discuss what we would want to see in this program as the universities that are here. The charter itself was welcomed by all the universities. So much so, when we were discussing that we're gonna need to adopt the charter here, we said we're gonna have to take this opportunity and adopt this charter. But other voices said, no, 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 no. This is too big for just us in our little corner to adopt this. Let's all as universities look at it, have our stamp in it, have our own language in it, and make sure that it is reflective of all of us as the regional universities. So the part that I'm going to take care of now is that process. How are we going to do that? How are we gonna get this charter to that level that we said it needs to be? How big it is that when we are done with it, which we had hoped that when the 16 days of activism begin, we launch it. That is our biggest intention. We'd want to continue with that, but now seeing that there's going to have to be inputs from other universities, and they would want to consult it within their environments and stakeholders, it means that we're gonna have to look at whether these times that we have set up are going to be doable. We don't know. But if you look at the program, it says that we must have discussion and have inputs and map the way forward about this charter. So I've already mentioned that. So what I'm mentioning, by the way, it doesn't come from my intelligence, it's the people that from these universities that have already forwarded these thoughts, these ideas to us to say, we need to get the VC, our VCs, all of us, involved in this. We need to make a big thing that this is. And so the launch has got to be big. And so the participation has got to reflect all of us. And so I'm going to invite the inputs from you. I think the time for actual discussions to say what must we put in here, what must we not put in there, I am suggesting you will also correct me or you will have your opinion on this. My suggestion is that let's continue with the discussions outside this forum today, considering the time. We have this one day. Our biggest mistake was to set this to be a one day. We didn't understand that the appetite was gonna be this huge. So it is my suggestion that we carry on and do the discussions in terms of universities putting in their own ideas, their own identity in this charter. All right? And the areas that I have noticed during the discussions that we've had previously for us, I think it would be important that this charter reflects key components in it. Jeffrey has done a good job in that as well, but we need to incorporate everybody. So in these key components or core components I'm talking about, there has got to be the purpose of this charter, which is already there, but I want all the universities to be able to really put in their DNA as well. That's number one, the purpose is going to be very important. The principles from the university, Nelson Mandela, we've put in our values, our institutional values as the campus guiding us in this charter. And so it is also important that other institutions, they also put in their own values or the principles that will shape this charter. That's core component 2. We need to put in our commitments as the universities in these principles. We need to also to reflect oversight and accountability, because as Jeffrey was presenting here, the intention is for this charter to be a livable charter. Everybody, the students, community, leadership, management, they need to know and be able to live it. Other universities out there and other important stakeholders, they need to know what we are about when it comes to fighting gender-based violence and toxic masculinities. So that is what is going to be part that's going to guide these core principles. Number 3, we're going to have the stakeholder consultations and feedback in our spaces. Like I've already stated that we're going to need to rope in big people like the vice chancellors, and there are people also that we work with in the space of university that are very important stakeholders. We might want to rope them in as well. We've identified lots of challenges when we talked about GBV, issues like alcohol abuse. We do have stakeholders out there who make alcohol available to us. We've got retailers. If you notice now, about 10 years ago, we didn't have as much alcohol outlets as we do have today. And so we need also to, maybe in our stakeholder inclusion in this, we need to invite those kind of stakeholders so that they can say to us, they are fighting with us, and say how are they going to help us move a needle in the space of GBV, and maybe have business showing a social responsibility when it comes to alcohol and substance provision that they do have in their business. That's number 3, component number 3. We're also gonna have to have a phase where we are finalizing this document now, after we have all done the stakeholder consultations as universities and come back together and say, now we have a charter that is got our fingerprints, all of us, and then we have had public forums. Whatever we are going to decide, I'm not imposing here. I am merely relaying the message that has come through when we were discussing how big and important this charter is and how we should take it. So the part of finalization, it would also, in my opinion, include some legal expertise where they're gonna check for consistency, you know, in terms of with the law itself, what is admissible or what is not. And so that we have a very good, strong, watertight charter, you know, that is not just for the sake of having it. And then we can adopt, and now that's now the big thing I am imagining in my head is going to happen, the adoption. We have now the date that we are going to set, and so I am inviting you, colleagues from our universities to also suggest the dates and have all of these things that need to be done in your mind so that this is well done, is well curated, and then we can have the day and the place where we are going to adopt and have it signed off, you know? And then that is where now the big people, VCs and top leadership will be gracing us with their presence to adopt and sign off. And then we can all say in one voice that the universities in the Eastern Cape region have got the Charter on GBV and toxic masculinities. And then, as we are thinking about all that project plan, how it's gonna pan out, we want to also have some indicators of success, because we need to be able to monitor the implementation. And maybe before I can talk about monitoring, we need to also maybe have some implementation indicators to say this is what we would do when we say we are implementing this charter. This is what it would mean. These are the behaviors that we'll be adopting when we implement the chapter. And I'm sure it is in part of the work that we currently do. We just have to emphasize and put a spotlight on those aspects. And then we can say what are the indicators of success. We also need to put that out there to say this charter would have been successful if there are more reports, people, students or staff, they report more on these incidents, or the incidents have also reduced, but we can be able to measure behind that reduction of incidents. That's what I think should guide us in mapping out the way forward. And so there was also one suggestion that we're gonna have to create a committee for this, a task team. And I don't know if I would be out of place at this time. I don't think so, though. You will guide me as well, that we can utilize this moment and pick out people that this communication from us. I am putting our hand as University Nelson Mandela to say we are going to drive the discussions, whether online or otherwise, around this, but we're also going to need specific people that we're gonna be directing this to in your universities, and not when we live here, and then when I send an email to Babalo, and then says, actually, you should send it to Claire, you know, and then now it goes on and on and on. So we need to decide among ourselves who are the people that will make this task team to make sure that this charter becomes what everybody would want to see it become. We are strengthening what is already here. We are not changing it. And yeah, that's where I am at this moment with the charter. I am welcoming inputs around what I have just said, but what the most important one at this point for me is to get people, maybe you're going to nominate among yourselves or you're just gonna raise your hand, I don't know, please guide me, please help me in this one.
Thank you, sis. I'm having a suggestion here. I think the representation should be fair enough that it includes a representation from each institution. I think for us, we are lucky enough because we have Mr. Mbong, who's the manager. So automatically, so he's nominated for a representative from WSU as the representative. Are you capturing, Chairperson?
Jack of all trades.
Okay. Oh, I thought someone is.
No, on our end, we were not going to suggest a structure, but to agree with the structure you've proposed, to have a representative from all the universities. And then I'd want to volunteer my colleague Ularuna to be our representative from Rhodes, and he agrees as well.
So just so you know, people that are nominees, I am taking your nominations as the finals. Ne? So it's Rhodes University,
Laron.
Fort Hare, Indaba inawe Fort Hare, Kwalinawe Fort Hare. Decisions.
Yes, we have. We from the University of Fort Hare, we have agreed that Ms. Kropp would be the right person.
Okay, we are moving along very swiftly. So from the Nelson Mandela University, it is gonna be yours truly and myself. I'm going to be working closely with Jeffrey. We are not gonna let Jeffrey off this because it must have his stamp as well, right to the end. So I'm gonna be working with him on this one. Okay, now that we have set up the task team, that part is done. Do you have do you have further inputs in terms of the charter itself, something that you believe is important, we must say it here, now, or never?
Not necessarily input on the charter itself, but I wanted to say maybe I might be jumping the gun and I'm being ahead of myself here, but when we do set a date and we are launching, can it be Jeffrey who presents the charter as his brainchild and no one else?
I'm going to put that down. I think it's a great idea. All right. I'm going to take one more suggestion. 1, 2, 3, no suggestion. Am I being ridiculous? Okay. All right. I think also we can, whatever ideas that we come up with, since we have this task team, we can always discuss them. I'm going to have meetings with you. Please don't be annoyed. They're gonna be online, there's gonna be emails, and they're gonna be following up. So that's what we are going to do. Now, program director, I think the part around the charter, we have concluded it. And so, still missing on the program, we have 2 items. We needed to have the brainstorming session. And I am told that I must make it snappy. And so, making snappy the brainstorming, I'm not sure if it's possible, but I am not saying no to that. I just need to be cognizant of time. So, I think over the discussions that we've already had as universities, there are areas that we all identified as the issues that we need to look at. Because remember, the purpose for this brainstorming or for this day was to brainstorm and share knowledge and insights and around common issues that we've got. And so the presentations that were done here, they did give us a window to see what those are, the areas that are common. From my side, there are areas that I noticed, and maybe you can also identify for yourselves what are the key areas that are important, that came up, that need addressing. Since we are here, we might not address now, but with the presentations that we've got from us, we did mention that we will provide the presentation, and with other universities where we saw that they are doing something much better than we are, we're also going to seek their advice in terms of taking things forward. But if there are things that are critical that we must not leave this room without having discussed, now is the time, you know. And so we're just gonna discuss that, and then I suppose until we leave, because, well, the time is against us. So from my side, the areas that I noticed that we can, maybe it's something that concerns all of us. The issue of, now I'm not gonna see them even though I highlighted them. The issue of transformation representatives, in our case, where, for example, roads, they talked about their house coms. And so here at Nelson Mandela University, the structures are different. Our transformation representatives, they are majorly the staff to monitor and evaluate the implementation of the institutional transformation plan. So these are the areas that for us are of importance that would want to to see changing or improving from our end. And also, that is area 1. Area 2 is with the investigations. There were issues with all of us around investigations. How do they happen? Is it possible for us to create a uniform or look at it in a different way? I don't know. But we had the issues, we dealing with investigations differently. Other universities, they do not have their own capacity within their units to deal with investigations. Others do like ourselves and Forte, I believe. And so how is it working for them? Because I know that with us, there is still a gap with that still, because the cases, they get reported to us, and then we relay it further to legal and other platforms. And we feel like it would be much, much better if we had all of that going right to the end, you know. So those are the issues from our side as Nelson Mandela Universities. I also noted the gap that was highlighted by Rhodes University around gender advocacy, in that in your space there isn't a home for it. And so with us, there is a space and a home and the whole portfolio of function for it. And so Walter Sisulu University mentioned the lack of structure, the org structure that doesn't allow for it, or it's not open for it, you know. So those are the areas that I noticed, of which we did talk about when we were doing the Q&As. What else? One more thing that came out, or that is something from us that maybe we also wanted to check with you, is around the men programs. Dr. Levendal mentioned that in our space, we have the Singamadoda, which resides within the Transformation Office, and then at Mtonjeni, which is the Student Wellness and Psychosocial Support, has got Amajita program as well. And then we know that we also have the students in the resis have Ebuhlanti, and so we want to be able to understand each other, sing from the same hymn book, and see who does what strength the other is having in running the program. And so that is the part that we also wanted to see from your side. How do you go about? And also, you know, other departments also have their programs that come up, and the issue of men leadership, masculinity, it always comes up, and people would form the programs and the platforms for those discussions. And we want to be able to, even when we have this charter, have a charter that is incorporated of all the views by these different spaces that we have in our space, but that are still similar still, because the purpose is one at the end of the day. I do not like to speak alone, and I feel like I've been speaking alone. I think let me stop there and take other people's inputs, ideas, comments, everything that is coming forward.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Tandazwa. Something that was quite interesting for me and is an area of interest is around, I'm fumbling over my words because I'm trying to articulate it in a way that won't sound. So around female complicity in toxic masculinity and toxic cultures. So this thing around, pimping. I know that it was it Wusu that mentioned this? So this idea of girls taking one for the team, right? Or this idea of indoda must. And so as a collective, it would be, I think, quite useful for us to set an agenda around addressing how us as women are also complicit in some of these behaviors, right? An example that comes to mind, for instance, is I had a case, this is when I was still at UCT, where a group of students were fighting. It was 4 female students that were friends. And there's one particular student who was aggrieved that her friends did not defend her when a guy who they met during O Week had invited this particular female student to a braai, a residence braai. This female student wasn't necessarily interested in this guy, right? But because this resident is notorious for having, I don't know, a higher caliber of men that live there. I don't know how they measure these things based on class, or I don't know the cars they drive or whatnot. So she didn't like this guy who was asking her to come to this braai, but her friends were like, "Ay, chomi vuma, because siyafuna ukuya phaya," yabo? And so in her accepting this invitation, right, another conversation that we must have also is how us as heterosexual individuals can actually learn a lot from the queer community when it comes to speaking about consent and boundaries, right? Because again, the colleague spoke about how umzekelo lando athi umuntu kuwe can kapis yolandi jezi. You know exactly what they mean, right? And heterosexual people speak a lot in innuendos and don't speak directly in terms of what their intentions are, right? So in this particular example that I'm making, so this girl goes to the braai with her friends, right? And her accepting the invitation, the guy automatically assumes, okay, uyavuma uyandifuna lo mntana because uvumile uza kule braai. And at this braai, this guy proceeds to touch her and tries to kiss her and whatnot, and her friends don't defend her, right, or try to stop the situation from happening. And then essentially what their explanation was, like, look, Chomi, you had agreed to take one for the team, right? And this particular example is one where nothing further happened, but we know that in other contexts, a girl will then be surrendered by her friends to sleep with this particular guy because webevusa. So for us as a collective, especially in our region, to think about it from a higher education context in terms of how we address it and raise awareness for our women as well, because it sort of muddies the waters, right? And it becomes difficult to sort of adjudicate in matters like that, where you intentionally mislead a male person into thinking that uglendo akuyo, and then at a later stage, then say you've been harassed or assaulted.
Okay, colleagues, can we please give her a round of applause? Okay, there's a hand there. I think another thing that we need to understand is that consent is not just a matter of saying yes or no. Your body can also communicate whether you want to continue with the act or not. Because sometimes when you fail to say it verbally, your body will react for you. Let's say, for example, ula poko braai and this person touches you, and now at some point you freeze. You want to say no, in your mind you are screaming no, but no is not coming out. Your body will freeze and it will show, but I don't want to engage in whatever you're trying to push me into. So consent doesn't just go through yes or no. The body communicates. I mean, it's all intertwined. A person is not just a person because they have a voice. They're a person because they also have the body, the flesh and everything. And it's very important to understand body language. Sometimes it can be a little, a sign from the thigh, someone just putting their hand like this or just freezing, that is a point that shows I do not want to continue with whatever it is. And the way we've socialized sex is also another thing that needs to be studied and put into these communications and understanding it's not a standard, you know? It's not a success, it's not a competition. You get there when you get there. Thank you.
It's just a very big wow for me to hear, to listen to what she just said, the former speaker, and very much eye-opening. But what I want to say is in the same line, but from a totally different perspective, where men feel entitled to women because this woman accepted being a girlfriend. Therefore, she automatically accepts to having sex with him, whether she likes it or not, because she said yes to being a girlfriend. They just cannot differentiate between the two. I maybe just want to be your girlfriend because I want to copy from whatever you're writing. We're in the same class. I'm not interested in you, but you're very good at what you do, and that's what I'm interested in. So when you're saying, let's go study, I put my hand up. Come to my room, I'm not interested. Because it's two things here. And I've heard things. I do HIV and AIDS research. So I sit with a lot of knowledge about what's happening in the institution in relation to sex relations. I'm one of those people that somehow I don't scare the students. So they just come and tell me whatever it is that they have done, that they did yesterday and how they did it. And I'm like, okay. So there was one incident that I need to mention of a student that comes to me and tells me, oh, the thing is, Mom, even if they're giving us condoms, these condoms, by the time you get to unwrap that condom, the feeling is gone. And I'm like, okay, does this feeling only comes once a year? Oh, what are we doing here? If it goes, it will not come back. So you are scared of looking for a condom because the feeling will go, because it only comes once after 5 years or something. And what's that feeling that's so complicated? You're failing to find a condom? What is this? And then even if there is no condom there, he must just go ahead in doing what he wants to do because he doesn't want this feeling to go away. But when the person that they have had sex with says, I'm pregnant, then they don't understand how she should be pregnant because they just did a quickie one. Mom, she can't say she's pregnant because I just did a quickie. What are you talking about? No, she can't be pregnant. So just like 2 seconds, I did it and I finished. What is this? What ignorance is this in terms of sexual relationships? What education should we imply for people to understand what exactly they are doing? Or is it purposive ignorance? They know, but when it faces them, they don't want to accept what it is? I had another character that came and said, no, that quick, then she's telling me she's pregnant with twins. Aye, Mom, it was very quick. She can't have 2, at least 1 I can accept. 2, aye, Mom. You're with me here. Somebody was violated and identifies the person, but this person can't even accept this whole thing because he thinks it was a quickie. What's going on? How do we unravel learning and student throughput under this chaos here? Because this whole discussion here is based on the fact that we want to graduate students who are free of HIV to go into the communities and be the responsible citizens we want to see, not students who graduate from here to go die. It serves no purpose of coming here. These whole conversations is about you and the responsibility you must take about your own life. It's not about me. Now I'm here and I'm adult. I've lived my life. I can die tomorrow. I'm okay. We are expecting you to take the flag of Nelson Mandela out there and be productive citizens. Not people who are every day they're in the clinics. And why? Because they can't take the ARVs every day. Why? Because it's such a drug to take. No, I just live from, this statement of, I live from viral load to viral load kind of story. So when they get too sick, that's when they take the ARVs. What nonsense is that? So in short, what I'm saying is, if somebody gives you a drink, so you give somebody a drink, doesn't mean you must sleep with them. No, you gave them a drink. This entitlement over female bodies, it must stop at some point. But the problem is, when we gather like this, even if I'm saying what I'm saying, I'm speaking to the choir in church. You know what I'm talking about. And you are the responsible ones, that's why you are here. The culprits, they don't care. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that input, colleagues. We are now 21 minutes past 3. Ms. Tunzi, would you like to conclude it, or should we continue with the program? Okay, she'll be the last one, and then we are going to continue with the program. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just try to tweet my points. I think the first one I did mention in terms of brainstorming, I was glad to see Transformation Office having the safeguarding policy, which I think all residences, I know NSFAS and accreditation, but I think every residence that hosts the university student should have that, and I think that's an approach we can take. But also, I think it would be unjust when we don't speak about every year when the year starts, we have accommodation issues. First years come to university, and the first people they receive them, it's SRC, you know. I think it's time that as universities, we honestly hold student leaders, SRC members accountable in terms of the sexual harassment incidents that happen, because they also need to be sensitized about the work they're doing, because they are engaging with students on a daily basis. So they need to be a form of certain measures that are put in place to say, if you're an SRC member, you need to not just to have a portfolio chef, you know, all of them need to hold the commitment of doing the work, because these cases, they come out with informal social media spaces. We know SRC members, SRC members, SRC members, but there's never a time where the university holds the SRC members accountable. So I think there's also that part we need to really address as the university. And also, I think the last one is our work, and we're speaking, I realized that we speak about the work that we're doing and the awareness work in terms of starting in the lower hierarchy, you know, going up. Okay, I'm not sure whether it actually does get to the people at the top, but we often teach, and everywhere, this is not just university, but most spaces that hold gender-based work, we say you must be responsible in this way, this is how you can do work. But oftentimes, when a sexual assault incident happens, it has power related to it most of the times. And I think we need to also start to sensitize people that sit in power and have a power, I'm not sure how to put it, a correct term, but a power approach of saying people that sit in power positions, whether you're a staff member, anyhow, you need to be accountable and you need to be responsible that if a sexual assault awareness incident happens, that if you get a transformation office, when as a person that holds power, you are the one that is most responsible in this entire incident that would have happened. So I think let's also try and see how we can work around e-power approach and also hold people accountable that, let's say, also speaking about Indo Zama Blessa and girls, oftentimes, even states, they'll speak about pregnancy of teenagers, but never men that get these young girls pregnant, you know. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Now we are on our last part of the item. I would like to call upon Ms. Yoletta Marias to give a vote of thanks. Or Ms. Tunzi, would you like to say something?
I'm being hijacked, as usual, but it is fine. maybe first of all, let me just say that these ideas, the fact that we need to capacity build the leadership management on these issues and get them involved, we take that seriously. And here at Nelson Mandela University, we do carry that out. Yes, we do have challenges in terms of the availability, the commitment to come. And so we take that. It's very, very important. And all these issues that are being raised, Ama Blessa issues, they are big issues for us as well. Now, we also needed to leave here having identified the future regional projects. So this is for all the universities to state if they have any future regional projects that we need to know about, that we need to prepare for. It is September next month. It's Heritage. It's here. It's Diversity Month in this university. Big things are happening. We are expecting to be invited. You know, and so this is the time that you can also let us know if we should be expecting anything from you. But from us, you know that we've been bombarding you with lots of communication. We do have a Care for the Carer event in September, in the week of 15th to the 19th. You've received communication from us on that one. Please do attend to it, that communication. Please ask questions. Please RSVP by 1 September. Call us if you need to understand something. Do not shy away from that. We do pick up the calls. That week is very important. Let me tell you why we have that. We have noticed that we have people who care, people like yourselves who work in the space of hearing all these heavy issues that are happening at the school, people in the wellness space, people at HR, for example, health services, medicine. Nobody thinks that they also need the help, the care, the healing. And so we are doing that for that purpose. So that is number one. In October, we're intending to have a men's conference with the universities again, our brothers and sisters. And so there's that communication that you must also expect from us. I'm going to stop here, and then you can share with us quickly if you have, or if you are just going to be communicating by writing. You can also have meetings online. It's important. We can discuss and see how we can be involved. Anyone wants to go first? I'm going to pick Tatu Umbong.
Thank you very much, Sister Tanda. So from our side, we do have 1 or 2 events that we are thinking of. I think the other one is in September, the other one is in October. But right now, I don't think I'm in a position to say, because we're still battling, with the budget. Yes, we are having a budget issue, but immediately I'm sure of that. Yes, colleagues, I will let you know. Thank you.
Thank you. For Tare University, do you have something you want to share with us? If you do not have, you can say.
Good afternoon, colleagues. From the University of Fort Hare's side, we will send through a consolidated list of our upcoming events. We've got a lot happening. We didn't mention earlier, but we're currently running 3 very big campaigns: Reclaiming a Safer UFH, which we focus on safety components of the university; Transcend UFH, which focuses on gender inclusivity; and Know Your Limits. Most likely the events that we will be in a position to invite our brother and sister universities to is under Know Your Limits. But it's quite a long list that we'll try and share ASAP.
Also take into consideration the money mula.
Hi, colleagues. We didn't have anything, but we just thought that we should say we have something. I'm kidding. I've already spoken to Ponzo about it. We are planning a launch of our own positive masculinity program, but I'll communicate with him already.
Sounds good to me. Okay, thank you so much. On that note, colleagues, I do not mean to be rushing you, making this a rush thing, but I think it is also very important that I thank you as well. Dr. Levendal is still around, and Dr. Kelly here from Rhodes. If you don't see them here, don't think that they had to go and do other important things and left you here. But it was something that they had to attend to. And so I'm going to take this opportunity and thank you for coming here today. And we learned a lot from all of you, and we are going to continue to learn. We also think that next time we're going to have this session maybe in one of the universities. We have identified these sessions as crucial for ourselves, and we have seen today was evident that one day it was not sufficient, or maybe once in a year is not going to be sufficient. And so next time we are absolutely going to do better, and maybe one of the universities must raise their hands and say they will be hosting us. I'm not going to put a pressure on you now and say you must decide, but let's leave it here. Thank you so much. I wish you safe travels, those who will be traveling. Until next time. Do you want to conclude? Thank you, Yolita.
Thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Yolita once again, and this is my favorite part of the day. Yes, because you don't know how much dandruff I got from organizing this event. So my stress shows through dandruff. So I just want to thank everyone on behalf of the Nelson Mandela University Transformation Office. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to anyone who's made it today's original brainstorming session. And you guys have made it such a success. I'm very grateful for that. I would like to thank the University of Fort Hare, that is represented by Ms. Dakuda and Team Dukuda. Yes, sorry, I've been missing your surname the whole time. I am so thankful for you and your team, the Rhodes University with Dr. Claire. Thank you. And team, Walter Sisulu University, Mr. Mbongo, thank you once again, you and your team, for joining us today. We do have these little tokens of appreciation for you, colleagues. And once again, thank you for your valuable contributions to this wonderful discourse. We hope that we will also get invitations from your institutions to be part of discussions that are happening within your institution. And I'd also like to thank our Transformation Office team, Ms. T, Dr. Levendal, and the other colleagues that were mentioned earlier on for making this event a success as well. I thank you for your unwavering commitment to this work. And also to our lovely Memeza volunteers. If you guys could just stand quickly so people can see you, how wonderful. Yes, yes. You guys are amazing, always willing to learn, always working hard. We appreciate you more than words can say. just wanting to be here, the hunger to be here is quite amazing. I'm always thanking you guys and giving you high fives every chance I get. So thank you for that. And most importantly, a special appreciation to Ms. G. Hey, I was the person who was organizing, but without Ms. G, I'd be nothing, I have to tell you that. She constantly holds things down, not only assisting in the planning, but also making sure that the most important part of the event, the food, is sorted out. So truly today, our minds are full with knowledge and ideas, and our stomachs are equally full. Thank you, Ms. G. I would also like to thank our program director. I think it was her first time, hey? Yes, so I think she did a wonderful job, so give her a round. I know we were a little bit slightly out, behind in terms of time, but you did your thing. Thank you for that. And also, once again, Ms. T, for your facilitating role. I am grateful for that as well. And you know, when you talk, I always say, I didn't say this to you, by the way, I just wrote it on our activity, that I'm always curious to hear what you're going to say, but okay, I shouldn't have said. Allow me also to thank myself. Mlondi taught me this one. Mlondi once thanked himself at his own event, so I ran with it. Thank you, Mlondi, very much. Because indeed, the DENRAF I'm going to have to go deal with after this event, yeah, it's a lot, but thank you. And also thank you for making it such worthwhile, right? Once again, I would like to, most importantly, thank you, our audience. Without your participation, engagement, the energy, the discussion, some of the discussions were quite passionate, and that's why we are over time now, but we are not there. The discussions of this nature would not be possible without you, colleagues. We extend our gratitude to all the support services. I wish Dr. Rose was here. I always like her contributions. The campus health is gone already. There are support services, HIV and AIDS unit, the law clinic, they were here earlier on, but they had to leave. The Eastern Cape Liquor Board, I think the colleague also left, but thank you for joining us. And many others who may have not been mentioned by name, but whose presence is deeply valued. Together we are stronger, together we can and will create a safer campuses and communities free from gender-based violence. So thank you. And before you leave, just make sure that you grab a cup of coffee to go. So, and our guests, can you just remain here? And then, yeah, thank you so much. Our program director would like a picture. I don't know how you're going to do it. Program director, would you like to do it by the stairs where everybody is seen? I don't know. Mlondi, please advise. Thank you. Okay, I'll hand over to you, Mlondi. Thank you, Ms. T.